Nuclear missile ready. Nuclear missile ready. Nuclear missile ready.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Alpaca Talk Show. Team Liquid, Ants, no one can call himself a StarCraft 2 fan and not know about those two teams. But if those clans really involved in our favorite game and as much important for our scene are well known, most of the others are more discreet, most of the others are more discreet, also as much or even more important to the scene. When it comes indeed to teams like Exxon, Genesis Gaming, Alpha X or ePunks, for example, to only few of the numerous active structure of the scenes, the average viewer would say either, in the best case, oh yeah, I have heard, these guys are somewhere. Or in the worst case, X what? Alpha who? ePun what? Never heard of those guys. The reason, in my opinion, is that the former teams are actually really involved in other games that work in teams. Hence is really known as Counter-Strike, Team Liquid in like a lot of games, including the most watched esport as League of Legends. Here is indeed the thing, most of the people do not understand how teams are relevant to 1v1 games. Therefore, they do not pay attention to it. This is a mistake for sure. If teams have been a part of StarCraft 2 since basically always, it's precisely because it is important and for multiple reasons, and not only for the obvious case of team leagues. Blizzard probably thinks otherwise, sadly, and when they decided to found a team league last year, they made it draft teams. And I think it's a shame. Teams are not just a way to have a cool clan tag in game. They are a huge part of the community. A lot of them host tournaments, help players financially, in terms of coaching, or just to find the appropriate practice partners. Teams help the player make a name for themselves and are, last but not least, a way to create a community of players in a game that can, sometimes, be a bit too solitary. In conclusion, even in a 1v1 game, almost as much in a 1v1 game, teams are relevant. Behind the scene and behind the doors of most of the teams, it's a lot of people working to make our esports scene as much alive as it's possible. I'm happy to welcome in this show, today, two members of the same team, and what a team. Let's start this fourth episode already of the Alpaca Talk Show. And welcome everyone to the Alpaca Talk Show. We are in the fourth episode already, and we are going to start with our introduction of my two guests today. I'm so excited to have those two guests from ePunks. This is the team I was talking about in my editorial. Let's introduce them, of course. First of all, we have Garitos. Hello Garitos, how are you doing?
Hello everyone, I'm fine. I'm there for ePunks and French.
Yeah, from Bretagne in France. So is it really France?
Yeah.
Is it? I'm not sure. Your name is Sullivan. Your name is Sullivan Yone. You're 24 years old, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
You are really proving players at the moment. I wanted to show already on the stream this graph of your earnings in the different years. And in 2020, you had a really big improvement, but 2019 was already a great one. Last year, you made the top 32 on DreamHack Fall. Are you feeling at the moment? Do you think this is just the new format which made it possible to win a bit more money, or do you think you are really improving at the moment?
I don't know. I think the both. I think I was lucky to qualify for this DreamHack, and the format helped me a lot because he increased the number of slots for this DreamHack. And I was lucky to win again Rail, again Moya, who is very strong, and I don't know how I win against him this day. And I think if I play the same match another day, I should lose, but this day I just was lucky.
Okay, well, maybe.
so humble.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the previous year, like in 2019, you were really close to qualify also for an event, like
Yeah,
losing
that's
the
true.
qualifying match, if I'm not mistaken.
2 qualifying match, the winner bracket and the loser bracket.
Okay,
I lose 2 match qualify.
okay, well.
But I don't know. I don't think it's the same. I think I have a lucky bracket in 2019. Than the last year, it was not a lucky bracket. I just killed my opponent. And,
You just won,
yeah,
basically.
yeah, 1-1.
And well, my other guest today, I'm really excited to have you, is LadyAzylis. Hello, LadyAzylis.
Hey, I'm like super excited too. Like this is the first time, and I'm just super terrified. But it'll be fun.
So
I got this.
you're actually a bit secret. I didn't find your name because I usually look for the name. And as your
That's on
age,
purpose.
where is it?
That's on purpose that
Yeah,
you can't find my name. That's
basically-
fine. You just keep it at LadyAzylis. That's
of
fine.
course. And as your age, I found, I quote, a little bit above the average streamer's age. So I guess I'm not
Yep.
going to ask more about it.
Let's put it that way. I'm older than Whitera.
Who?
I'm older than Whitera.
And how old is he?
I think he's 36 something or 37
Okay.
or something like that. I'm older than him.
Okay. You are from Germany and not
Yep.
from Poland. I thought this for years, and then one day I heard you talk with only German players. I was like, oh my god, good German for Polish people, but yeah. And of course, you're an ePunk manager.
Yes, one of them. We have 3 managers. One is Ryan, also known as Vok, who's also very heavily invested in the UK StarCraft 2 scene. And with Epic Land and stuff, he was on a talk show just yesterday, I believe. And the other one is Thrilo. He might also be known to the French community because he's French, like you guys. And he worked with me on Proxy Tempest a while ago. And when we were looking for an additional manager, I thought, well, yes, Thrilo, we're going to talk to that guy because he's good. And he's very skilled as well. And yeah, I'm the third one. I'm responsible for the Twitter together with Ryan, who teaches me quite a little bit. And that's nice. I'm now learning how to edit videos. I've never done that before, so but yeah. And yeah, that's pretty much that. Oh, I'm also casting. So
Yeah.
whenever we have Clown Wars, I just forgot because we didn't have a Clown War for a while. Whenever we have Clown Wars, I'm casting.
Yeah, well, we'll have the opportunity to talk a little bit about this. You talked about Proxy Tempest stuff because you hosted a lot of tournaments also. So we'll talk about it a bit later. We'll have the opportunity. And well, you're a caster and you're also a streamer because we saw you casted some other games. I saw a tweet from you yesterday saying you wanted to go back to stream Skyrim, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I wanted to. I didn't today because I did have 2 really rough nights. So I was like, no, better not. It's not gonna be fun if I'm tired. So, or too tired. And then I decided rather not to. I'm probably gonna stream a little bit tomorrow. We'll see.
Okay, and well, you are also, and you might not understand when I'm going to tell it, but you're scared of donation. Do you know why I'm telling this? No?
No?
Okay, well, I'm going to show you a clip, which is an old clip I found on your old Twitch channel.
Wait, I have to turn up the stream then?
Yes,
Okay.
with the sound. Let's go.
Just the
On my
link.
own
It's just the links.
Twitch. Oh my goodness.
That's so weird. I knew it was coming. What the hell?
Oh my god.
When I found this, I was like, okay, I'm going to show this in the Alpaca talk show today.
Oh my goodness. How old is that? I don't know. It's old.
I think it's like
It's
4
hilarious.
years old or something
Yeah,
like this.
probably something like that. Yeah, that's yeah. Because I'm not used to getting them, and the sound was quite loud, and it always, because I've never expected anything, so I'm just like, even a follower startles me, or a raid, or I'm just like always. That's maybe nothing really or gets me jump scared or something apart from Outlast. Just apart from Outlast, but any alert going up on my stream, I'm just getting a heart attack, and I'm just like, oh, what the is happening? So, and yeah,
Okay.
but
Well,
just not used to it. Not too much.
well, I just found it really funny, but.
It is funny. I'm still chuckling. Sorry.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you a first challenge already as we are starting. I will give you like around 60 seconds to explain what does StarCraft 2 means to you. Okay, Garitos, do you want to go first?
Okay. I can modify it a bit the question of what StarCraft is for you, or just StarCraft 2.
Oh yes, StarCraft in general. If it's StarCraft, yeah, sure.
As you want. I will say the both. StarCraft 2 is the beginning of what esport is, and my beginning in the esports scene. It's the first game where I tried the game. It's the game where I see the esport start. Before I never watch competitive match, tournament, and in StarCraft 2, it's the beginning where I watch tournament, tutorials, and yeah, it's very the beginning. And just before I start with StarCraft 1, and StarCraft 1 was my first game, and I play with my family just for fun, never try hard, just for fun. But yeah, StarCraft is very important for me.
Amazing. Okay.
Yeah.
Azylis,
Very
it's
good
your
answer.
turn.
Okay, well, what StarCraft 2 means to me, I can say I started playing 10 years ago. And ever since, I've met the most amazing folks of passionate people to be invested into the game, or into projects like the big tournament that we did last year with Sushi,
King of Battles.
the King of Battles. Then also, many people play this game for such a long time, and they bond with each other. And this bond is so strong in the StarCraft community that even if you leave for a year like I did, you'll be welcomed back with open arms, and people will be like, "Oh, it's so nice to see you again. So good to see your tournaments again." Blah blah blah. And I'm just like, okay, it's like I never left, and that's awesome. That's really a thing that grew super close to me, and a lot of people I know are actually StarCraft people. Yeah, they enjoy the same game that I do for such a long time now, and some are even still from the very beginning, that when I started myself. And yeah, ePunks, for example, I know these guys for 6 years now. Some of them, the Danish guys, I think 6 years, and that's an eternity in esports. You don't know people for that long in an esport, so it's cool. That's the one thing that really keeps bringing me back to the game, even though I don't play very often anymore. So yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Amazing. Yeah, that's both really good reasons to like StarCraft 2 and StarCraft in general for both Garitos and I, actually, because it's also my first Blizzard game. Brood War was my first Blizzard game, so I really see what you mean. Okay, well, congrats for this amazing introduction. We'll continue with, did you prepare the true or false affirmations about yourselves that I ask you if you have time?
Yeah, I did a few. Well, one you took kind of like ahead, but yeah, I tried to.
Garitos too?
Yeah, I do too. I built 3 affirmation for
Amazing.
this Yeah.
Okay, well, Azelis, do you want to go first with your first affirmation, and will Garitos and I try to see if it's true or false?
Yeah, I will try and make it sound not neutral, so you don't know it's a lie or not. Okay, I started casting in Bronze League 10 years ago.
Two.
Yeah, I think it might be true. It is plausible, at least. So I would say
Yeah,
yes.
I think it's true.
It is true. It is true. Well, my back then boyfriend kind of made me, even though he knew I knew nothing about the game, and he was like, "Yeah, you just sit with us. It's fine." And then yeah, I learned about the game basically via casting, and I learned the strategy via casting, which was quite a nice journey actually. So it helped a lot improving myself. It helped a lot to understand the game. So even though I never played at that high level ever,
But I think, yeah, when you cast and you are Bronze League, I think you should not say I'm Bronze. I
no,
think you see sneak this information.
yeah, that's people were looking at me. Oh, you're just Bronze League. I'm just
Yeah.
like they knew that, or they see it in the game, and then when a player was like, "Yeah, I want to cast your game," they were like, "But you're Bronze League." I'm like, "So does it matter?"
Yeah. For example, you can take a big caster of League of Legends, come to StarCraft 2. He don't think anything of the game. It's Bronze League, but it's a pretty good caster if he
Yeah.
casts StarCraft 2. And yeah, I think it's not a
It's
good.
not
Yeah.
exactly. It's not necessary, and you learn while you cast. So that's. I think it was a great approach to get into the game and to get more into the game than I probably usually would have. So there's that.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I completely agree with your way to see it as a elitistic, oh, what's the word? I don't have it, but like something everyone can do. You don't have to be top GM to be able to cast or just try. Even if you're not Artusis and
Yeah.
Teslas. I mean, no one is asking any of us to be as good as Artusis Teslas, and that's good because definitely not as good as Teslas and Artusis, but you can still have fun and cast and have people have fun with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. I mean, of course, it helps to play on a higher level. My casting got better when I hit diamond or work close to masters myself. My casting obviously got better, but and it helps to play on that level, of course, because you can better predict what's going to happen. But I never was someone to predict anything. I was just telling what I think I see and what might be the reason why we see this. And I never was someone that predicted or even tried to predict the game. I'm always like, okay, I might have done it a little bit different, maybe, but I'm much worse than this guy. I'm not going to question what he's
Yeah.
doing. So that's just.
And honestly, we have seen GM player making awful calls, trying to call the game. I remember a cast from Crow, who was a Zerg semi-pro player in France. He was full-time at some point. And I remember he made a cast one day, and like he made 15 calls, I don't know, during the cast, and none of them was good, even if he was a really strong player. So anyway, it's sometimes hard to call.
It just happens. You just need to try and cast Haas, for example. You will not know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah,
likely. He's like the worst. I mean, I love casting him, obviously, but he's the worst to cast because you have absolutely no idea what's going to happen. You're just looking at him and you're like, okay, whatever you do, it's fine. It's gonna be all right. But yeah, it's like you don't have to be GM to cast. And if anyone here is Bronze League and wants to get into casting, please don't hesitate. Just do it. It's gonna be good. Either way.
Yeah.
That's really something I need to get out also, because a lot of people look too much at the badges of the casters. And in my opinion, I mean, a soccer commentator also does not play on that level that the soccer players on the field are. And he still commentates it. And it can be really good. And it's all about how much fun you have with it. So
Actually, pro players are not always, well, some of them are good at casting, but let's be honest, most of the pro player, when they cast, they are actually not that good because they want to analyze too much. And
Yep.
well, for example, when I'm casting with a Rockfire, at first it was kind of terrible. He really improved, but at first because he wanted to analyze too much and didn't talk about what was actually happening. It was like, yeah, this could happen, etc. But he was not trying to hype this. Oh, this is happening. It's impressive. This minded to okay, and that's pretty interesting.
And a lot of pros, they are also, and that's not meant in an offensive way at all. They are also not often very good at expressing their thoughts. They know how to play the game, but they play it instinctively, and they don't necessarily know how to express why they do things now and why this is happening. But some are really good too. Who was that I watched? It was one of the home story cups where someone was casting was actually good, and I just can't remember who that was. It was a Zerg player, I think. And
I don't know.
Lambo?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Who?
Lambo? Not.
Yeah, that might be. Yeah, it was a Zerg player. I'm pretty certain, and some are really good, but most are not really. So, but it's fine. That's what we are for, really, and that's good. Done with the rant. Sorry.
Well, yes, that's very interesting. Garitos, do you have a first affirmation of your own? You tell us.
We speak a bit about that before, but I organized 3 LAN party in 3 LAN parties StarCraft 2. True or false?
That's true.
Wait, it is because I thought it was the fourth LAN we went up last time. No, it was not the fourth GG LAN or something like this.
Yeah, it's maybe the 4 GG LAN, but it's only the 3 StarCraft 2 LAN.
Okay.
I organize something in other game like Counter-Strike, but yeah, it's only 3 StarCraft 2 LAN in France.
Okay.
It's great though.
But I don't speak more about that if we'll speak later about that.
We'll have the opportunity to talk about tournament organizing, etc. Azylis, do you have another sentence to give us?
Yes, I think I have. Since you took one already out of my equation, I have one more. I did study computer science and meteorology. Never finished either of them.
So I have no clue. So it's going to be 50-50 for me. Garitos, what do you think?
Same. I will say true.
Yeah, I would say it's too precise to be false, so I would say yes.
I knew I would kind of yeah, I knew I would butcher that, but it's fine. But yeah, I did start both meteorology, which is weather science, and computer science, but I never finished either of them because I just couldn't, and not because I'm too dumb. It was just not possible to finish. So for various reasons, and yeah.
And when was it?
That was computer science was actually about roughly even when I started playing StarCraft, like about 10 years ago, and meteorology was 15 years ago.
Okay. Garitos, your next affirmation if you have one.
Okay. During my study, I learned to play the trumpet.
I really hope it's true. I don't quite think so.
I also I'm like, that's actually so cool. I really hope it's true.
Yes, but I don't think so.
I think it's true.
I don't think so.
I think it's true.
Yeah, it's true.
Is it?
Really?
Yeah. In my study, I do a 4 year to learn the trumpet, and it was in my I don't know say that during my study. Yeah, it was in the program. I choose instrument, and I choose a trumpet, and I learn during 4 year trumpet. But no, I forgot a lot about that, and it's a lot of lot of work, and I don't work so much. Then I lost so many. Yeah, I forgot a lot how play a trumpet, and now I really need to train to play again, I think.
Do you want to try
But
right now? Like
no.
go take your trumpet and just play something.
I have the trumpet here, but I know it's how many years?
Yeah, but try again.
9 years, I think, something like that. Who I don't use the trumpet. Then yeah, no, I don't want to do that.
That's completely. But that's cool. I did not know
Yeah.
about that. That's
It is
also
really
really
cool.
nice. That's really cool. Yeah.
Fun fact.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have
that's
believed it for a second, to be honest. But that's really funny. Next, Gigi Lan, Garitos, we need you to make a show with us.
No. No.
Oh, see if someone can clip it, please, because he needs to. And we'll film
Gary.
you, of course.
I bet he already regrets revealing this.
Yes, that's true.
But
That's true.
that's truly awesome. I really think that's truly awesome.
Maybe it's a fake news. I invent this and I never use a trumpet. Maybe I will say that now.
Azylis, do you play instruments?
I did play the guitar, but self-taught. I never took lessons. But that has been so long ago. I don't even have the guitar anymore, and so I can't even show my non-existent skills.
Well,
And
you
I do
guys,
sing though.
you guys
I
can
do sing a
train,
little
you
bit.
know, and in 1 year invent you again, and you can play something.
No.
No, not gonna happen. I sing a little bit, but since we are not allowed to play music to sing to really anymore on stream, that got a little bit less. But other than that, I don't
But
play instruments.
I don't play trumpet, but with my training, I know read a partition and song paper.
Wow.
I know do that. It's not wasting time for all.
Yeah, of course. Azylis, do you have another affirmation? I didn't count how many you guys did.
No, I made 3 and you took 1 already. Like, we talked about 1 already, so it's kind of silly to be like, yeah, but yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
That's I think that's fine. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem at all. So no one has any more, right? You.
Maybe I can make one up really quick.
I don't.
I have one.
You got one more?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go, Garitos. Then.
I'm the eldest of my family of 4 children.
Yeah, I know the answer of this question, so I'll let Azylis
Yeah.
answer.
Well, since the others were true, I'm gonna say it's true.
No, it's false. He has a big brother, right?
I have 3 brothers and one sister. Then 2 brothers and 1 sister.
Cool.
And one is older than you.
No,
Oh, really?
I'm the eldest. Yeah.
Oh. So
Then it's true.
Okay.
It's cool. Wow.
I was.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I thought you're like the other brother, except of Draft was
I
older
have
than you.
2 years higher than my brother, and I think maybe 6 years. 6 years of my second brother, and 12 years of the last children.
Okay, well,
Very cool.
so if it's over with the affirmations, we can jump to the next section, which I call the question drop, because, well, everyone's it's calling it a question drop. I'm going to ask you guys questions. Each time you have 2 different answers, and you pick one, and you can explain if you want which one you pick. Okay, so let's start with the first one, and let's say Azylis go first. Lil Canine or Rom?
Lil Canine?
Okay. Why? Can you elaborate on this?
Well, Lillikin is. Well, first he's a Terran, and I'm kind of a Terran at heart, even though my main race nowadays is Protoss. And second, I already know him since, I don't know, forever, almost. And like 6 years or something, and I've been working with him so long. That's nothing against Rom or anything like that. He's a lovely person too. I just know Lillikin for so long already.
Of course, makes sense. Garitos, Lilkanian or Rom?
Rom, because it's in my first team. Rom, I discovered Rom in the team, and it was the beginning of the esport and training partner, and I do a lot of things with him, and LinkedIn, it's a good guy, but I don't discover a lot than Rom. Then I choose Rom, of course.
Of course. Garitos, Renault or Preroll?
Sarah.
Why?
Why? Because.
Why are you wrong?
What?
Why are you wrong?
I choose Serral because it's too strong, and I will say it's the better there in the world. It's very strong, and right now it's a bit tricky. And when Raynor start to perform, I said, oh, it's not a patch Zerg, but he play a really tricky, and he can kill Serral, but it's not really strong. It's just strong against Serral, and then I prefer Serral a lot than Raynor. But now it's not true. Raynor play strong too. Maybe better than Serral, but Serral it's too strong. It was the first to beat Skytos with only Spore and Viper, and he displayed to the other Zerg how play, and it was the beginning of European who win the BlizzCon. Too strong, too strong.
So Garitos, in your opinion, the Katowice World Champion is not anymore a patch Zerg?
No. No.
Yeah, just kidding.
I can't say that.
Azylis, what about you? Renault or Preroll?
I'd pick Raynor, even though I have to say it's a really, really tough one to pick one of the two. I would almost say both, but I'm probably not allowed to do that.
No, absolutely not.
And even though I am still, when I rewatch the WCS finals between Cyril and who was that? Stats, I believe. No, not Stats. I forgot, and I'm terrible at remembering these things. So bear with me.
You mean the finals of BlizzCon, right?
Of BlizzCon,
yes,
yeah.
Was that?
And he was the. Was it Stats? Wow.
Yes.
And I'm proud of myself remembering that. And it still brings tears to my eyes when he just has this final move where he absolutely obliterates that Protoss army. And he is the first in like 20 years or something to take the BlizzCon crown. But it has to be Raynor, actually, because Raynor, he's a professional player since he's 11 years old. And I've seen this kid when he was mid-master or something like that. I've seen him play the first time. I actually casted that game when I saw him first time, and I thought to myself, well, this guy is gonna go far. And there was so much potential in his play. And then a few weeks later, he got picked up by MYI, My Insanity, the Swiss StarCraft 2 team back then. And I was like, wow. And then he got Grandmaster as the youngest player ever before. And look where he's now. I mean,
yeah.
He's and he. What also impresses me really a lot about this kid is, sorry, I call him kid. He's kind of young. About him is really that he is always humble. He is really, you can feel that his parents really brought him up super well, and he is like the one of the humblest players that I know, and also such a pleasure to work with. So always has been.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Azylis, foreign news or Korean fan?
Foreigners. And you might throw tomatoes at me now, but I've never actually been a really big fan of the Korean StarCraft 2 scene. It's too, or it used to be. It's not that anymore. Not that much anymore, to be honest. It's too technical, and it just looks too clean.
Too
There is no
perfect.
fun. Yet it's too perfect. And foreigners, you see mistakes. You see absolutely weird play styles. You see games that are out of the ordinary. You have players that are fun to watch, and it's
And that's why
always
you
has been.
recruited Garitos. Because mistake and fun games.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually one thing because and I hope that nobody takes that wrong now. But Garitos is one of my favorite Zerg players to watch because he has such a unique style, and I like unique styles. And I don't know. I just prefer foreigners. It's just their games are just so incredible to watch sometimes or often actually, because of these small mistakes, because of things that you can't predict that happen, and because of just really silly things that sometimes happen, and you just sit there and like, did he really just do this, or did he really just forget extended thermal lens and still won the game anyway? And that's a thing that you will never see or barely ever see in the Korean games. So apart from MMA killing his own command center against Idra and Idra leaving.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one thing that comes to my mind.
like Klima in the last GG it happened also the same Garitos. Not sure if you remember, but he clicked his on CCs and destroyed it.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I
same
will
question.
say GSL Korean fan because lot of story with Korean, with the big team like SK Telecom T1, KT Worcester, and the Team League, and lot of story of player. Yeah, Korean fan. Yeah, because during 8 years we see only Korean player, and he play well, and this is with him who I start StarCraft 2 when I watch lot of players, lot of Korean, and because it's Korean domination, it's very impressive to see a foreigner, and it's because a lot of player it's Korean in the top level. Then we support all foreigner against Korean, and yeah, I think Korean fan.
Do you miss Pro League? You were talking about team leagues in Korea, so do you miss Pro League?
Yeah, Pro League. Yeah, Pro League, because Pro League, a lot of story during the Pro League, with a lot of meme, lot of underdogs who won, lot of team swap, enfin player swap team. Yeah, a lot of story with the Pro League.
Okay.
And we don't see that in Europe scene. The show like the Pro League because Korean players are all in Korea, but foreigners are not in the same country, and it's hard to travel for all players. And we don't see that in foreign scene.
Makes sense.
Garitos, pizza or sushi?
I will say it's hard.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Say pizza, I think.
Pineapple or no
Pizza.
pineapple then?
No, 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 no. Because it's hot and yeah, it's a hot thing. It's good, I think. Sushi. I can't eat sushi all time because sometimes I need to.
But you can eat
uh,
pizza
hot
every
thing.
day. As a good gamer,
No,
right?
too. But you don't have a bad day to eat pizza. But I think I can have a bad day to eat sushi.
Azilis, do you agree?
Yeah, pretty much. I also have to choose pizza. I do like sushi a lot, but
Yeah.
pizza is such a comfort food, and you can also put a lot of things on top of it, and it also still tastes awesome when you eat it the next day cold. So, what's not to love about
Yeah.
pizza, right?
Cold pizza, really?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Yeah.
If you have too much on your plate, why throw it away? Why not keep it for the next day for breakfast? I
Yeah.
love to
For
do that.
breakfast?
Yeah,
Really?
bad breakfast.
Yes, breakfast.
Okay.
So
Azilis, start
I,
with. Oh, sorry, yeah?
I think Rainer is gonna be like, "Oh my god, pizza for breakfast," but whatever.
Yeah, is there pineapple on your pizza, Azilis?
Peach, actually, not pineapple, but peach.
Hey, he'll definitely hate you if he hears this.
Probably. I can live with that though.
StarCraft 3 or Warcraft 4, Lady Azilis?
StarCraft 3 because I never played Warcraft or any of the Warcraft things or games. And so I would prefer a StarCraft 3 simply because of how much I love the game. I also have to say I played like 5 games or something of StarCraft Brood War, and I built nothing else but carriers. So I cannot really say I played StarCraft Brood War, but I can say I played a lot of StarCraft 2 and I loved it. And so StarCraft has to be.
Garitos?
StarCraft 3 too. I have a long story with StarCraft, and yeah, of course I chose StarCraft 3, and I don't know. I don't try Warcraft. I don't try Warcraft, but when I beginning Warcraft, he said something said to me. It's random with item with who loot something, but Warcraft 3 is random. Then I don't want to try Warcraft 3, and then I prefer StarCraft 3 than Warcraft 4.
Okay. On the chat now, it's starting to a big debate about eating pizza on breakfast. So to answer to Kuro, to Ogmok, to Azilit, who is also writing on the chat, there is only one correct answer. No, it's not okay to eat a pizza on the breakfast.
Yes, there is. And I like it cold. I mean, yes, of course. If we have gyros on the pizza or any sort of meat that isn't ham, then yeah, cold. It might not be perfect. I will admit to that. But if you have a standard pizza with ham on it or salami and a little bit of cheese and onions or corn or something along those lines, then it's perfect cold. Because I would eat the same on a piece of bread. So why not on pizza?
Yeah, onion in the morning, honestly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about onion in the morning, to be honest.
Maybe if you don't sleep, it's a breakfast in 4 a.m., 5 a.m. You can eat pizza, no problem.
I mean, some people eat McDonald's after a long night at the club. I mean, that's like, ooh.
Yeah,
But
also, yeah. But honestly, it's a false Alpaca talk show, and every Alpaca talk show I have asked this question, but it's the first time I have a debate about pizza, sushi. Yeah, pizza in the morning or not in the. That's the first time, honestly.
Well, there's a first time for everything, I suppose.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Garitos,
Yeah.
League of Legends or CS:GO?
Oh, I can choose Valorant.
You can, but like it's CS:GO basically, is it not?
No, it's not CS:GO. It's Valorant.
And what's the
Then
difference?
I, it's more. I don't know if it's English. Spectacular. I don't know. How say that?
I do understand it, but I don't think it's English. Do you
Yeah.
understand it, Azelis?
It's more impressive to see, I think, Valorant, because
Mhm.
you have a lot of explosion, lot of spell, lot of power, and it's more fun, I think. CS:GO, it's too
Static.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird. And League of Legends, why I don't choose League of Legends? Because the community, I think. Yeah, it's not a bad game, but I don't like the community, and I think it's more easy to carry in Valorant than in League of Legends. I think. Because I'm a solo player, I love carry, and I don't like playing teams. Then Valorant is better, I think. You can play alone in Valorant, not in League of Legends.
Okay. Azelis?
I've honestly not played both games a lot, so I'm not entirely certain which one to pick. I think I'd have to choose League of Legends though, because yeah, I don't very much like the community. They are so toxic. But I like the game type. So, and with friends, it's an awesome game in my opinion, and it's not super hard to pick up. And apart from the items to buy and stuff, it's not hard to pick up, and uh, it has quite a little bit of depth into it in it as well. CS:GO, well, nobody would want to play with me because it's there's friendly fire, and I'm gonna shoot you if like I'm gonna shoot you first before I ask questions because I'm too slow to know is it friend or foe. And so I better shoot before I get shot, and usually that does not end that well.
Okay.
Hey, why are you shooting me?
Yeah.
You moved?
Okay.
Understandable.
Azelis, Immortal Gate of Fire, Frost Giant RTS, or Dreamhaven RTS?
Immortal over any other. And the reason for that is because I've been playing Immortal already when it was still just a proof of concept in the StarCraft 2 arcade games, and it was an incredible amount of fun. And I keep watching closely. I've not actually played the standalone version yet. I think we could, Garitos, at some point maybe, because you also, I think, got invited to the uh the just for the fun of it. But I keep watching it closely, and as far as I can tell, they are doing a really good job with it, and the artwork is amazing. And I also know Jack Attack for a while now, long before he was on Sunspear, and he's a great person, and I know it's gonna be good if
Yeah.
he's involved.
Garitos?
Same. I will say the same because actually we don't know what is the game of Frost Giant. We
Mm.
don't see anything. We don't know when it will be launched, and it's the same for Dreamhaven. We don't know something with the game, and Immortal, we can play with Alpha, we can see gameplay, we can see the evolution, we can, yeah, we have a picture, we have a lot of things to see the game, and yeah, then I choose Immortal.
They also stream regularly, I think, and their progress and gameplay and stuff. And I think they are really doing a great job. And
Yeah.
yeah, especially with that Kickstarter campaign now that it's fulfilled. And I really, really hope, I'll knock on wood, they will finish it, and
Yeah.
it's gonna be awesome.
Well, I'm really looking forward to it. WCS or EPT Garitos?
I want to say EPT, but in WCS we have the support of Blizzard. Then we have patch, we have hotfix, we have
Kind of.
more support with Blizzard. And now with the EPT, ESL do everything, but he can't do everything. And then it's a bit weird. But the EPT, it's very nice in the tournament, in the format, in a lot of things. But WCS.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of circuit itself, you prefer EPT?
And all the circuit, it's a bit difficult to say that because we don't see one normal year of EPT with LAN.
Yeah.
And for example, in normal year, we can't do a group stage in 1 month in LAN. Then I don't know, I want to see, but WCS, because I like to see in one competition during 1 week and see the beginning the Monday and the end the Sunday, and I like this.
Azelis?
I also would choose WCS, and actually pretty much the same reasons that Garitos had. I don't want to say it's more prestigious or something, but it still has Blizzard labeled on it, and that's just something entirely different. And of course, the efforts of the ESL to put up something like a replacement or addition to that is absolutely great, and it has absolutely it does have to have its place in the scene because it's a great effort, and it's also a great thing to see that the big organization like ESL is interested in continuing StarCraft 2, which is absolutely essential for StarCraft 2. I would still like to see another WCS at some point because, as Garitos said, I like these events where you can kind of have a defined schedule over a defined period of time that's not the entire year, and you have that from Monday to Sunday or Thursday to Sunday or something along those lines, and that's just a shit ton of StarCraft 2, a shit ton of awesome games, and you're good. And for ESL, for the EPT, it's an awful lot of games too, but I need to keep remembering that every single Monday, for example, and I most likely forget. So yeah, that's the downside of the in my book. But yeah, that's just or me being old. I don't know, but yeah.
And do you guys think, given the context with the pandemic and stuff, do you think the circuit that the PT choose to replace the offline-based circuit is good?
Yes, I think so. That's a good approach to do. I mean, what else could you be doing? You can't be like, yeah, let's just bring in the players and have them tested, and then they miss something and everyone has COVID. Can't risk that. So it's a good thing to do it the way the ESL is doing it. So
Garitos?
Yeah, I think too. I don't know. I think too actually, but maybe after we will see how the pandemic go and how. Yeah, but actually, I think ESL do a great job with the pandemic, and StarCraft 2 was really lucky to have ESL for a nice tournament because a lot of game don't have esport during 1 year, and and
I love
And,
because I hear
StarCraft
sometimes
2.
there are French words coming from
Yeah.
Garitos mouth.
I replace it. Um,
Your
I
English is very
forgot.
good. Don't worry.
I forgot. Yeah, a lot of games stop the esports scene during 1 year to report the event, and the event never come because the pandemic, and that's what not in StarCraft 2, and that's really impressive. And
Yeah.
thanks USL for
Yeah,
this.
absolutely. I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Garitos, would you switch to Terran or switch to Protoss?
Switch Terran because Protoss is too easy.
Yeah, because Zerg, it's really hard, you know. Like you inject and then you don't care of macro and you just make 100,000 units at the same time in one
Yeah.
click. Okay.
Yeah, easy there, of course.
Azylis, switch to Terran or switch to Zerg?
I would switch to Zerg because first, I already did play Zerg a little while ago, and not too badly. Second, Zerg is, I think, because it's reactive, it's a lot more funky to play. And Terran simply just is too hard to keep track of everything. You have to keep track of a drop, Widow Mines, Liberators, Ghosts, Marine Splits, everything. And I'm just like, tank sieging, and like, that's too much multitasking. So,
I choose Turan 2 because Zerg, obviously I choose Zerg because I play Zerg in Brood Wars, and it's obvious I choose Zerg in StarCraft 2. And the all time I see Clem or a lot of Terran, and I think, oh yeah, that is what I want to play if I don't play Zerg, because in Zerg, when you take a fight with the opponent, you concave, you click, and you win, you lose, but you can do more. In Terran, you can all time increase your micro to win the fight, and it's very impressive to see a Terran take a fight and with the micro win a fight, and a lot of depend of the Terran. All Terran don't win this fight, but the better Terran will win because he will take a great fight and great micro. And I think it's a bit different in Zerg. You can't do really that in Zerg. The change we in top level you will have more units than you will win the fight, but you don't have really this micro difference between all level, I think.
whenever I see Terrans play, like Clem
Yeah.
or Euthermal or something, I'm just like, I want to do that. And then I try it, and I'm just like, do I have two wrong hands or something, or play like this, or I cannot do it. I just can't,
Yeah,
and I
same.
never could. And I'm just like, I'm just looking at. I find it very impressive to watch Terrans play. I just could never do it myself.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Those who are on the stream right now might have seen the episode 2, because my in the second episode my editorial was about Terran being the most fun race to see, because of course when I started with Protoss, because I mean in Brood War the Archons look so beautiful. I wanted to play this race, but when I see Clem play, when I see Romarine play, I'm like, oh my god, it's really impressive to see Terran play. It's really beautiful to see.
Yeah, and I mean, I started as Zerg 10 years ago. I started as Zerg. I did not play Zerg a lot back then because it didn't really appeal to me that back then. But I was StarCraft 2 was my very first RTS, so I didn't know nothing about it. And then I played Terran for 5 years or something, and then I switched to Protoss with some breaks as Zerg in between. And I really enjoyed all three races throughout. I even played random for a while. And but Terran, watching wise, I think is the most impressive. And Protoss, watching wise, for me is the most enjoyable because they have the absolute funkiest strategies and the most crazy games. And Zerg for me is like the, in the pretty sense of the word, the creepiest race. And it's just also, they have a lot of fun strategies to watch. They can do so many things, and they have a lot of strategies to choose from. And Terran is pretty much stuck to one kind of strategy, well, bio or mech, and there's not much in between. But it's still very impressive to watch because of all the micro and all the multitasking that's going on during these games. And but yeah, that's pretty much it.
Garitos, do you prefer to make fun of Rom or to make fun of Arrockfire?
Rum. Rum.
Okay. And my last question for Azylis is because of what another clip.
Oh
So
my goodness.
choose wisely, mead or meth.
Oh my goodness. I remember what you are referring to. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's remember it to remind it to the chat and to the stream. I'm going to show the clip right now to everyone. Let's go.
Keeps energy up, plus meth, lots of meth. Yeah. I like meth. Meth is cool. Tasty. No, meth is not tasty. That's I confused it. Sorry. No, that's not what I wanted to say. I'm talking about honey wine. I kind of confused it. I'm not native speaker.
So you wanted to talk about mead, which means honey wine?
No, we don't do drugs here. Not the meth kind of drugs, at least. I like mead. Mead. It has to. Of course.
It is tasty, right?
Mead is tasty. I've never did the other thing, so I don't know, but I do not want to know either. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I love
I don't know.
clips.
I don't know where my brain went in that clip. So I have absolutely no idea. I absolutely confused that, and I was just like, "What?" Oh goodness, that's embarrassing. Why did you have to find this one?
Yeah, well, of course, that's what's fun with clips. I could have missed it, actually, because you have changed your stream since then.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah, it's because I locked myself out of my other Twitch account. That's actually quite a interesting story, because I did not realize they put two-factor authentication on all the Twitch accounts, and I thought that would only affect Twitch accounts that were newer than mine, and I never even thought about changing my email address because it never came. It never came to my mind. And then suddenly one beautiful day, Twitch decided to log me out because cookies or something expired. And I tried to log back in, and they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna send you a code to your email." I'm just like, "What? What? What the hell are you talking about? I never activated two-factor authentication." And they activated. They didn't ask. They just activated it. And I'm just like, no. I tried to appeal, and luckily I still had that second Twitch account because I was doing some art also a while ago, like drawing and stuff. And I was like, well, after a couple of weeks they were not responsive, and I even told them, yeah, write your emails please to this email address, and I bet they wrote it to the other one that I don't have access to anymore. So, well, yeah, I was locked out, and I still had, luckily, that second account. I changed name. I gave me a promotion to Queen Azlis. So, and now I'm basically starting from scratch. But that's fine, I guess. I mean, and that's why there is not a lot of clips yet. And
But luckily, I found the other account to find this amazing clip. Okay, well, let's go to our next subject. A long introduction today to go to our first subject of the day about StarCraft 2 and about one team in particular, which is yours, both of you, of course. I wanted to know a bit more about ePunks because I don't know that much about it. So maybe, Aziz, you can start telling us how it started. You know, I'm not sure if you were there at the beginning actually, but if you were, at least, how did it start?
Almost since the beginning. Like one day I was approached and was like, yeah. Well, actually, ePunks came out of kind of. I don't want to say came out of Red Bloods, but the player base were the same people with Licanian Space Marine, Puppy Joe, and back in the day it was Macy, I believe. And we got basically took over because Red Bloods closed their doors because the manager did not, or the owner rather, did not feel it anymore. They were like, yeah, I am playing CSGO nowadays. We're not doing StarCraft anymore. I was like, yeah, okay. And then I went TLMS for a while, and our players got picked up by ePunks. And then after a while, they messaged me like, "Yeah, do you wanna help managing?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And that's basically how it started. After a while, we picked up Rom and Garitos, and then a while later, Mocha, who's also still on the team, and I think all three were absolutely great additions to team. Before we had Razorblader, who was also a great addition to the team and a great Terran British player too. And yeah, so that's the short version of it. And it was a wild ride, I want to say, and it was a good ride too. Like really, really fun so far, and I really enjoy more to see more of all of you guys, especially the French guys, as both of them are still quite young. And I don't want to say the Danish guys are old or anything like that. It's just that especially Garitos did show a lot of potential. I'm not just saying that because he's here. So, and that's why I think so.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was during the Raise Your Age Gaming Team League, or was it another one where you have two teams and it was like old ePunks and new ePunks or something
Yeah,
like this?
kind of. Yeah. It's such a long time ago. I can hardly remember that. But yeah, something like that. Yeah, and it was it was funky for a while.
Okay.
Alpha X Garitos, no banana. He's ours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Aziz would be happy if I pick up Garitos. So.
No.
If I'm not mistaken, ePunks had, I'm not sure if it still has other lineups in other games. Did you have some? No, not in Fortnite. I have found this in looking on internet.
We had a Fortnite and a what was that? That other game. We had a Fortnite lineup and not Valorant. That three-player three game. What was it called? Oh, I can't remember. Also free to play. I just can't remember. Apex.
Oh.
Apex. And before we also had Hearthstone. We had a Heroes of the Storm team that actually did qualify for the Heroes of the Storm League at the BlizzCon, or at that in that year when they shut down the league. That was absolutely devastating for the players, for the team. That was absolutely horrible because they had to play a relegation match because they were equaling points, and they were absolutely heartbroken when it was announced that the Heroes League wasn't going to be continued, even when they qualified for it, and it was absolutely devastating for everyone and pretty terrible. And but yeah, it was. We did have these lineups. It did not really work out with the Apex and the Fortnite. So we're happy with StarCraft right now.
Okay. And yeah, and one of your last picks up were Garitos. Garitos, can you explain us how you came to join ePunks and where you were at this time?
Yeah, of course. The last year, I was in one team who disband. We say that disband, and during 3-4 months, I was without team, and during the last year, I was contacted by ePunks, and I discovered ePunks. I know a bit ePunks because we play Clan War against him, but we don't know really who is ePunks and who is behind ePunks, and what is the feeling in ePunks. And it was a great surprise. And this when I joined ePunks, I fear a bit about. It was my first international team, and I fear a bit about the feeling in the team because I don't speak very well in English, and sometimes I have a lot of difficulty to understand what my teammates say, and I was really fear about that. And in finally it was not. It is very good in the points, and with Trello helped me a lot to understand everything when I have difficulty. Then Trello, I remember it's for the chat. It's the manager, French manager in ePunks, and when I have difficulty, I can speak easily with him. And it's a first experience in international team, and it's a very good experience.
Azilis,
Happy
can you
to know.
talk a little bit about who is behind ePunks? Because people know the name of the teams. Usually they know the players on the team, but most of the time they don't really know who is behind, who is working behind the scenes. So can you describe a little bit what's happening behind the scene of ePunks?
It's. I need to think a moment about that. Well, in the end of the day, we are pretty much like any other team. We are a team of people that are very passionate about StarCraft 2 and esports in general. And we are also in Team Razor, and yeah, that's pretty much I want to say. And I'm sorry I cannot be really deep about this, I think. But I can only say that the people behind ePunks, they are very passionate, and pretty much us, we are all one family, basically, and that's what we promote. Like, everyone is welcome, and we are very inclusive too. And that's pretty much it, really. And in the end of the day, it's a team like every other team, in that sense that we are all passionate about the same things and talk about it and are happy to just exist
Yeah.
and do our do our thing and be successful to our abilities. I mean, we don't only have our StarCraft 2 players that are very successful for us. I mean, look at Garitos's achievement last year. I myself also play other games, and I'm not very good at StarCraft, obviously, but which you will see later, probably. but I'm still competitive, so I do play in the replay league. Sadly, didn't make it out of my group, but who knows? Next season, maybe. And I'm also competitive in other games, and not terrible at those. So we just are people that are passionate about everything and are the esports, and well, the only game I don't play is literally but CS:GO because, like I said before, friendly fire it's a bad thing. And but yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. And
Sounds good. And what are the aims of the team? Do you have specific plans for the future, or for the near future, or for a more later future?
well, the imminent plans I think is mostly improve our skills and maybe achieve something again like we had with Garitos last year. Qualify for a big event, whichever big event really, and because sometimes you just don't really know what comes around the door. And I think isn't it DreamHack in the near future, and qualify for
Afterwards?
that again if exactly, and qualify for that if possible. Of course, it's going to be really tough because people have become so good at the game, and so it's going to be really hard, but we're going to try anyways. And we know we may not have like the top lineup in Europe, but I personally think they're still the best in at what they can be, and they're still improving, all of them. And that's what makes me really proud of them, because despite most of them having a being full-time at university or having a full-time job, they are still improving, they are still working on their abilities, and they are still trying to achieve all these great things like qualifying for a big event, whichever one. And that's actually the team spirit. Just be the best that you can be, and we're supporting them, hopefully good enough.
And so yeah, it's going to be as DreamHack soon. Garitos, do you train with your other teammates in order to prepare for this event?
Yeah. I train with a lot of players, not only the teammate, but we speak with the teammate about how play against this or defend this. We speak more than play because we do the both, but not. Yeah, I prepare this DreamHack with a lot of player, not only the teammate, but and a ladder game, of course. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so last question with the ePunks part of the show. If like I give you 30 seconds to tell me why it's the best team on the scene, how would you do? Let's go with you first.
It's the best team because we are a family. We're not just a team, we are a family. Everyone has each other's backs, and whenever someone feels down, the team is behind him or her, in my case. And that's the thing that, to me, is the most important and the most striking thing. And I've not had that on a team before. So
So you would agree with my editorial a bit sooner when I said in my opinion last but not least reason to say teams are important, that in a 1v1 game when you play alone, so it could be a bit lonely, you could be a bit lonely, it's
yep.
a good way to be in a community.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's absolutely great to be in a community of whichever kind. I mean, there are clans that are usually a little bit bigger. There are teams, most of them a little bit smaller, and they will handle players differently. Obviously, each team will do it in their ways, but we try to support each other, like mentally, emotionally, uh, with just being there for each other. And I mean, like I said before, I'm literally the worst player in the team. I'm not a player for that reason, and I do play other games, but my teammates even support me in my other adventures that I do. And Like I'm going to play for Minion Masters in the DreamHack that's coming up, the qualifiers. I will not qualify for that probably because I recently learned it's top 8 and I'm not top 8. Maybe top 16, but not top 8 ever. But they will still support me anyways. It doesn't matter. And that's great. It doesn't have to be StarCraft. It can be anything else, and they will cheer for me, even though I'm an absolute derp in StarCraft 2. They are never too proud to answer my questions. When I ask, "Hey, I need help with this. Can you give me a replay, or can you just give me a short something? What should I do with this?" They answer my questions, even though I'm really nowhere even close to their level, and I think that makes a family if you support each other, and that's great.
Okay. Garitos, same question, 30 seconds to say oh, it's the best team. Why it's the best team?
Yeah, I won't say the same. It's a family. I think I think a lot of team. Okay. I'll restart. I think ePunks is only one team who everyone speak with everyone. A lot of team have so many players who never speak with other player, and only ePunks all players speak with all player and manager. I say player, but it's everyone in the team. And yeah, we can't say it's a family if the family don't speak. And
To each other.
yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's a good reason.
It
Yeah.
is for sure. Okay, well, let's switch to our second subject about StarCraft 2 because, as I was saying at the beginning, you all are tournament organizers, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about this, organized tournaments. So let's remind for the viewers who are joining us, Garitos, what tournaments did you host?
I organize a LAN party in Brest, in France, and I do a support for CS:GO LAN party, and then I administrate the StarCraft 2 LAN party, and I do 3 edition of StarCraft 2 LAN party called GG LAN.
Aziz, I think the list of all the tournaments you have made in 10 years is like super huge. Can you make a list? Because I was trying, but oh yeah, Proxy Tempest and Queen's Gambit and Azylis Cup. I found a lot.
Oh yeah. I might want to start at the beginning, kind of. Like what? I think about 10 years ago. Yeah. Since StarCraft is 11 years old now, 10 years I think is a good place to start. I started out with a team called Poisoned Hearts. I'm sure nobody knows about that team anymore. And we organized a tournament format, King of Hill style thing where, well, not really King of Hill, but we had a tournament that we had that time semi-pro play against some of the viewers of the stream, and they would play 11 games or 9 games. We had, I'm not sure if you guys still know, we had Jack Attack on there. That's where I know Jack Attack from. We had Queenie on there at that back then when she was still a professional player. We had Mr. Lama. I'm sure someone here knows Mr. Lama still for his Terran tutorials and Wings of Liberty, which were awesome, which taught me how to play the game, basically, like the more basics than I saw from casting. That was when I started out. Then we had a bunch of tournaments with a clan where we had some $200, I believe it was, events. I can absolutely not remember what the names were. Then I went to SCV Rush for 3 years.
Oh, you were on SCV Rush? I actually did not know. Okay.
I was on SCV Rush. I applied to them. That was actually funny. I applied to them And the old management, the very old management, I was Gold League back then. They were like, yeah, no, you're Gold, you can't cast. I was like, okay. Then a few weeks later, I received another message. Yeah, management changed, and we would really like to have you. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I went first as a caster, and then gradually started also organizing the tournaments for them for the EU side. Then that came out of then Proxy Tempest was the next one for another 3 years or something, or 4 years even, where I was the head of the entire EU section, like responsible for all the tournaments going on EU. And we had 1, 2, 3, 4 tournaments every week. I did not all cast them, but I did 2 out of these 4, and I also worked with the OSC for. I didn't really organize these tournaments, but I did host them. The Masters Cup was for quite a long time was my main tournament there. Hosted. I also did a lot of the Southeast Asian StarCraft stuff. I did cast the Vietnamese StarCraft tournament, the Our Die, which was awesome to see because you don't see a lot of Vietnamese players, and probably a lot of people don't even know a lot of Vietnamese players, maybe apart from me or Micah.
Yeah, and just Simon, and that's basically it.
And it's really a very tiny scene, but so cool players and so good players also. And then I took a long break because I was like a year's break because I just way too many things. And I wanted to kind of redefine myself. And I also didn't stream for a long time because, well, first I locked myself out of that other Twitch account. That was the first reason why I didn't stream for a while. And I just also didn't want to. I was like, ugh, I cannot do StarCraft stuff anymore. It's just like 95% of my other stream were was StarCraft 2 content. And I was just like, yeah. And then the rest of the time I was streaming on Proxy Tempest or on OSC or on other streams, other people's streams. And at some point I was just like, I cannot do this anymore. It's just, I've hosted, I think, I don't want to brag, but I think I've hosted roughly 1,500 to 2,000 tournaments in the past 10 years, or even more.
Yeah, that's a lot of tournaments.
And hosted, and a lot of them I also organized. And it has become just a lot. And then I was like, at some point I was like, no, I can't do this anymore. And then I was taking this break, and now I'm a variety streamer. I stream literally whenever I want, whatever I want. That's not necessarily StarCraft. I only do the Queen's Gambit now on the last 2 Wednesdays of a month on my stream. And that's awesome. And I'm really glad I'm doing these again, simply because StarCraft is such a beautiful game. And if you watch, and I also have to say the maps have become super beautiful, and I can only say I like to look at nice looking things, and StarCraft is a game that is really also very pleasing to the eye in my book. And then the strategies have become so elaborate, the players have become so good. It was such a surprise to see some people in these tournaments where I was like, holy cow, this guy improved, and stuff like that. It's so amazing to see. But yeah, I'm mostly on my own channel. I stream just whatever I feel like.
Makes sense.
Couple of games, and whatever my PC can stream, I'll stream.
Okay. So you basically explain why you're organizing tournaments. Garitos, why did you start hosting LANs, and how did it started? How did it happen?
I will. I start organizing LAN because I played in LAN party, and it was a very good experience. And I have a friend who organized LAN party in CSGO, and I help him to organize this because he start to organize and he don't have so many helper. Then I give a bit of time to help him. And because I know StarCraft don't have so many LAN in France, I try to do one edition of LAN party in StarCraft, and it was not a good success, but the event was alive. We have a player who come, then we have organized another and another, and it's very good to see that. And when you organize a LAN, you are very happy to see player come, player be fun to play in the LAN, and it's very I'll say that yeah, it's very fun to see a player come. You say, "Oh, it's very nice. I'm pretty happy." And because when you organize a LAN, you think a lot of why you should not organize this LAN. You think, but obviously, you say you don't have the connection, you don't have sponsor, you don't have, you are not in Paris, then the player don't come. You say a lot of things,
which is true, to be honest.
yeah, you think a lot of reasons why you should not do that. And when you do LAN and you have player, you think why he come, and you are very happy to see the success of this event, and because it's a success, you want to do again to make happy the player and to be happy too.
What's the key, Garitos, to a successful LAN? Except Miguel's being here, of course.
Yeah, of course. I want to because the player experience, I think it's the most important in the LAN. When you think the activities, the format, a lot of things, you need to think about the player experience. And for example, the cost is a good point for a player experience. More the cost is high, and more the player want a lot of things. And if the cost is low, the player can be more comprehensive. And yeah, I think the key success is a lot of communication. For say the LAN is very good, it's a professional LAN, and it's important to come, because without communication, the player see all reason to don't come and don't want to come. But if you have good communication, the event can be a success.
Yeah.
Then I think it's the two reasons of a good LAN.
So first of all, thanks a lot, Cuckoo, for the host, a big host, while Garitos was talking.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Jan also making a joke that's really funny, so I'm going to translate it in English. He said, go start a school Discord in order to teach Garitos English with Miguel and Arrockfire teaching. So I found it really funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, and well, as this you are still mostly on, only I think online tournaments. What's the hard thing about hosting tournaments that people would not expect, you know?
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah,
Sorry.
What's the things that is hard when you host tournaments that people would not expect to be hard?
The odd thing that people would not expect.
Yeah, when you organize tournament, what is something difficult you would like people to know is difficult?
Oh, yeah. Well, the most difficult thing, I think, is first people not reading the rules
Yeah.
and starting to ask questions when you're in the process to prepare the tournament, like doing the seeding. Like usually you have like a time frame of like 5 minutes or something where you start the preparations. I mean, I got used to preparing the tournament before I do seeding beforehand, well beforehand, so I don't in the last 5 minutes I only really have to put in the latecomers basically, or when I start the bracket or shortly before I start the bracket I can just put in 3 or 2 more players, so it's basically already the most work is already done within like long before the tournament even starts, but you still have a very tense 5 minutes before and after the tournament starts, or 15 minutes, um, where you sort out the players, and then people start asking questions about, yeah, where I can find this channel, where I can do this, where is this, or how do I do this? And I'm just thinking, one, it's in the rules. Two, why did you not contact me before? There's a Discord channel and you can just message me there. And you could have done that 3 hours ago. Then I'm not in this tense minute. That's one of the most difficult things to do. To stay friendly, to not be like, yeah, read the rules. Just to be like, okay, I'm just gonna explain it to this guy. So if he reads the rules and doesn't understand it, then I have more explaining to do anyways. So I might as well just explain it right now. And then also, if you are the only person doing the tournament, if you are admin, host, and caster at the same time, then the first 15 minutes are the most difficult of the tournament, because you have to take care that all the players have their opponents if possible. You have to make sure that nobody reports a walkover before they are allowed to report a walkover. Or even if they are allowed to report a walkover by themselves in the first place, you have to be able to answer questions. You can't cast within these first 15 or 10 to 15 minutes, simply because a lot of things can go wrong there, and then you have to stop doing, or you have to do that while you are casting, and that's like absolutely horrible to do, which is why I got used to be like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna sort out the players first and then start casting. I hold one match that I'm gonna cast, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna go on stream, but we gotta wait. Guys gotta wait a couple of minutes because I want to sort out the players first. And yeah, but these 15 minutes, like 5 minutes before the tournament starts and 10 minutes after start, that's the most intense and most difficult. And if someone comes to me rude in that time frame, I'm just like, yeah, go fuck off. I don't care what your problem is. Just go. Just leave me alone. And
Yeah.
it didn't really happen a lot. I have to really say, a lot of people read the rules. A lot of people put up their own thoughts. A lot of people really really are very, very considerate, especially the pros, actually, the actual pros, not the wannabe pros, but and I'm not saying semi-pros are wannabe pros, but there are pros, there are wannabe pros, and there are semi-pros. And the best people to work with are the pros and the semis, and the wannabe pros usually are just like a little bit arrogant, and they are entitled to, or they feel entitled to certain things, and that can be a little bit unpleasant. But other than that, most people are very, very, very considerate and try to solve things by themselves and try to be like, yeah, we have this problem, but we can do this and this. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead, just do it. That's fine. And yeah, but these 15 minutes, they are the most difficult.
Yeah, I completely know the feelings. I had the exact same issue. You are 5 minutes before the tournament. You have everyone registering at that time, so you have to do your seeding again. And you have the caster DMing, how many delay do we need for the stream? And the player saying, the bracket is live? No, I would have tell you if the bracket was live.
Yeah, oh god, yeah. We actually had someone being like, every tournament, And he did not play just one tournament. He played a lot of tournaments. It was a Gold League player. He was such a weird person to work with. And he kept asking, is the bracket live? Is the bracket live? No, I'm telling you. Is the bracket live? No, I'm telling you. Next tournament, is the bracket live? No, I'm going to tell you when the bracket is live. And it was always the same thing. And especially within this time frame, it's really hard to deal with that, to stay friendly, to be like, I'm going to tell you. Usually I'm just like, when it hits 7, start of the tournament, exactly, Kuro. But is it live though? I'm just like, when it's 7, I need a minute or 2 to prepare the bracket. Don't start yet. I will tell you when. And most of the time that works. And it's just some people that are like, but did the bracket start yet? Some just jump in later into the channel after I said I'm gonna tell you, and are like, oh, bracket live? No. And sometimes actually players answer these questions. They're like, yeah, no, she's gonna tell us when we can play, and that's nice when that happens.
Yeah.
And some of the veterans is like, there, no, not live yet. Don't start yet. It's fine. And oh god, yeah.
This happened also.
That happens also. God, yeah. I was AFK. Is it live now?
People
No.
the tournament starts at 7 and people are here at 6:55, but then when the tournament starts, they disappear and they come back 20 minutes later.
Yeah, and the funniest thing, and where I'm usually like, yeah, sorry, but that's your own fault. They are there 5 minutes before the tournament starts, and they come back after walkover time. And then they complain why they got walked over. Yeah, but I'm only 5 minutes late. No, we've been waiting for you 20 minutes. You had your time to return. But yeah, I didn't know. It's in the rules. Read it. It's like, some people are really, really. Let's just say weird. Let's just say weird.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
I think that's the best word.
And I want to take this opportunity because Kuro is on the chat, and when I hosted my first big tournament was with a group called JSL, Junior Star League, and I hosted my first tournament, so of course I had no experience at all, and there were a lot of people who registered, so I was completely lost at the beginning of the tournament, and she was there and helped me a lot, but it's so hard when you're starting, so yeah, thanks a lot, Kuro, for every help you have given me a few years ago about this, because it can be really hard. Garitos, what, in your opinion, would be the required skills to organize a tournament? Well, in your case, an offline event.
I don't know. I think you can't do that alone. You need to have a team to do that. More you have a mind to organize, more easy it is, because when you start to organize the LAN, you need to do everything, the communication, the installation, the administration, and you are not good in everything, then it's hard to do that. But after a lot of LAN, you have more people who help you, then you don't need to do everything. Then I want to say, the most important skill is have people to help you, and don't fear about do a mistake. You can't are good to everything, then you will do a mistake, but you must try to improve and don't do again the next time. But yeah.
You only improve if you make mistakes. If you never make mistakes, you will not improve.
Yeah.
That's I agree with that, actually.
And if I can answer to the question of Aziz, I want just to say the most harder to organize a LAN is not the technical, the administration. It's very communication to to display to the player this LAN is professional and you can come. It's a good LAN party, and don't check the reason why you don't come. And this LAN is very fun. Come, you will be happy. This is, I think, the most harder thing in LAN. It's not the technical, the I don't know. It's very the communication. I think the most hard to organize a LAN.
Well, also in an online tournament, it's really hard to get players sometimes, especially because there are a lot of online tournaments in our dead game, you know. It's a dead game, but when you're a tournament organizer, you just can't find a time where there is not another event.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, people keep saying dead game. I can't see how StarCraft 2 is a dead game if there's a tournament every day, almost.
Yeah. Well, no,
It's
more
like-
than every day, like every day, every minute, 24
Yeah.
hours per day. This is pretty insane.
I mean, look at the Team Liquid calendar. It's full.
Yeah.
And when I try to find a day for the Queen's Gambit, I was looking at the Team Liquid calendar and I was just like, okay, I personally I can't do Saturdays because I've got roleplay group on Saturdays. I will not do tournaments on Saturdays. And I also thought Sunday is always a little bit weird because Monday is coming up and it can go late and stuff. And then I saw, well, yeah, maybe Wednesdays, because Wednesdays often there is not really something apart from big qualifiers sometimes. And then I was like, yeah, let's do it Wednesday. And the immediate response to that was, hey, it's great that you put your tournament on Wednesdays because there was not really a tournament. And I finally can participate in that tournament because I have no class on Wednesdays. And I was just like, yeah, we've done that right.
And Kuro on the chat is right. She says there is a DreamHack starting, so it will be even harder now to find dates for tournaments.
That's gonna be rough, yeah. I need to figure out something with that too, because it's probably Wednesdays, because why not?
Well, actually, Garitos, how do you pick dates for LANs? Because how do you do to have players on those dates, etc.?
Yeah, we try a lot of dates. We see when we do a lot of experience with a date, and actually when we put a date, we try to don't have another LAN in France with the same date, but sometimes we don't know just because at the beginning we don't have the contact of other organization, and we discover the date with the player, and sometime player come speak with GGLAN and say why you put the LAN in the same date than the other, and we just don't know before, and when you choose a date you can't change for next week on the previous week. When it's put and it's over, and actually we choose the date during the holiday, the school holiday, because for player it's more easy to travel with holiday, and we don't know when we do experience, it's in holiday we have the most player, and I don't know if it's that in other country, but in France the holiday is not in the same date everywhere. And we try to take the holiday to the who says that for a player who need to travel, when player don't need to travel, he don't need a holiday to come in this LAN, and we try to put during the holiday who player who travel.
That makes a lot of sense.
we try, but we don't have. We try. That's it.
I can imagine that if you organize a LAN and then suddenly some big organization schedules their main tournament right on top of that, I can imagine that this is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, and where I living, I'm in the beginning of the world.
Actually, the world.
Lot of big city organize a LAN and are more. How say that?
More central.
Yeah, more central in France, and player prefer go here because it's more central, it's biggest, and this event kill my LAN.
Yeah.
Obviously, when the game is the same.
Yeah, I can imagine only how bad that is for a LAN. I mean, it's already a nightmare for an online tournament. If you if you prepare a tournament, and it does take a while to prepare this stuff, even for online tournaments. If you have a bigger prize pool, like if you have like say $800 or $1,000, and you prepare that, you announce that, and then someone comes a few days before that, yeah, I'm gonna do this tournament there, and I'll have a $4,000 prize pool. I'm just like, yeah, thank you. That was absolutely necessary to do that. To not look at the calendar and to be like, I'm just gonna schedule that over this smaller tournament. They probably spent weeks preparing that, but I have the bigger prize pool, so I will be getting all the players and all the viewers. And if I imagine that for an online tournament to be an absolute disaster, I can only imagine how bad it really is for a LAN.
It's the same for the other LAN. You don't know we organize a LAN this day because we prepare a lot before say the date, and sometime we put the date in the same day, and we can't know before. But actually, we have a bit of contact of other organization, and we ask a bit to planify the date. And that is we are to help this. We organize also a dead game LAN because dead game we don't have a lot of LAN with a dead game. Then we don't have other LAN in the same date, and that is why we prefer do that game because the player can travel more. For example, if we do I don't know Fortnite, the Paris citizen don't come in Brest because he have lot of land in Paris, and he don't need to come in Brest to do a LAN. And in StarCraft we don't have a lot of LAN, and the player who want to go in LAN and play StarCraft can come in Brest to do the LAN.
Yeah, we basically have 3 LANs in France, one in Brest, one in Paris, and one in Poitiers. We had one in the south of France before, but we don't. Aziz, how many LANs do you have in Germany? Well, when there is not a pandemic going on, of course.
Home Story Cup.
Oh yeah.
We had, and before I think we had the Meisterschaft. It's a while ago though. But I think really now we have mostly the Home Story Cup now. As far as I can, that's in Krefeld. That's like a few kilometers from here. Yeah, I think it's just Home Story Cup, as far as I can remember. So it also has been the only LAN for a while. So yeah, since Meisterschaft is not a thing anymore, sadly, because that was a thing that strengthened the German scene in the first place. But yeah, Storm Cup, I think. Not just one, really. But our scene is a lot weaker than that it was than the French scene is now. Like the French scene, you have a lot of StarCraft 2 players, a lot of awesome StarCraft 2 players as well, and we have Showtime, and we have Hero Marine.
Oh, a lot. You actually have a lot of players. I mean, you have even on our team we have Bartleby now with a really strong 6A3 players. You have Ghost. You have actually a lot of German players.
Yeah. We have quite a few. It's a lot of them are still up and coming and not as successful as they probably want to be, but they will be, and the skill level is only going to rise. And I think, and
yeah, I mean, Ghost is 15 years old. He has time to improve, for example. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, last question about tournament organization before we switch to our last subject, before what everyone's waiting for, which means a quiz, quiz part. What kind of tournaments would you like to see more on the scene, if there is any?
I would like to see more King of Battles, the type of tournament, community hosted, really big tournament, like the King of Battle was. In my opinion, that was one of the best online tournaments ever made, and not only because you and I were part of it, but simply because it was a great experience. We had a lot of absolutely top-notch players, top-notch games, and it was in general really a great tournament, and it was made by the community, and I love community-made things. So give more big tournaments to the community.
Okay. Garitos?
I want to say the country tournament like a Nation War with I think it's very nice to see a player and see oh, I have a grandmaster in my country, it's very nice, I want to support him, and I think it's a good point to discover, to display to other viewer where we can see a player, and I think it's important, and I'm not sure we will have a nation war this year and the next year, I don't know.
Yeah,
Without
think
Blizzard,
so.
I think we will not have this, and I think it's it's pretty nice tournament, and yeah.
And I agree with you also, because it's 3 players for each country. So for some country like France, Germany, or Korea, the only question is, will we win the tournament or go to the round of 4 or etc. But for some countries who have less players and are less known, the idea is to show, see, you think there is like no player in Costa Rica, for example. Oh, see, there is at least 3 GMs in Costa Rica, they have a team. Well, I'm not sure if Costa Rica has a team, but I mean, it's just the idea. Chile have a team, I think, for example. And honestly, I could not tell you 3 names of 3 GMs from Chile, but they are, and that's a great thing I feel with Nation Wars.
That's true. Yeah. Honestly, I completely forgot about Nation Wars. That's obviously very, very, very much a tournament that also encourages people from countries like that probably didn't even know that actually have a scene, or be it ever so tiny. Some countries like Israel, for example, they have only one grandmaster right now, and that's Adomninos. And maybe someone like that is going to encourage others to be like, yeah, come on, practice so we can take part in this. And I think that's awesome. That's really true. Also, what's missing, Illy, is team leagues, big team leagues.
Yeah.
And
I really agree. Well, we have one at least now, but I agree with you. Okay, well, maybe we'll switch to our next subject of the day, which is the last one before the quiz, which I called, because I had no idea how to call it, Zerg and Balance. Because the last week we talked about TVP, we had a Terran, we had a Protoss, today we have a high-level Zerg, and we have something to say about it. But first of all, maybe we can show a clip I took from Garitos stream to show you what is Zerg. Let's go. Let's go.
Allez, c'est parti. Tu, 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 tu.
I actually love this clip, and what I love the most is that when you come with your lurkers, you make I think it's Wagner music sound with your mouse, and I'm like, oh, that's so funny when you destroy the whole Protoss army with your lurkers. Lurkers OP, Garitos.
Yeah, of course, Larkus OP, and I do a great job for this fight, and only my skill who won this fight.
Yeah, sure.
I also had to chuckle at this, by the way. It was just like, burrow lurkers, everything dies. It
Yeah.
was great.
Kuro saying I like how happy he is, and that's exactly it. That's what's so funny with this clip. So I have a question, Garitos. What's wrong with Zerg? At eye level, it sounds like it's a balanced race. We have a lot of Zerg at eye level, but when it comes to, I know because I'm supposed to give practice partners to my 6K players in Alpha X, and I just can't find any on the ladder. They like players like Q, of course. Well, we were talking about Ghosty. We have the French player Soul Spirit coming back and stuff. We have Yunyakov, the Russian players, but we don't have that much. And when you start a ladder game at your level, like 5K8, you don't find a lot of Zergs. So what's happening?
I think when the balance patch come with overpower shield battery and the void ray buff, the game is not fun for Zerg because all-in is hard because shield battery can defend the all-in, and play against void ray is not fun because the void ray fly and can kill a building easily, and it's not fun for Zerg. And I think lot of semi-professional Zerg don't want to play this meta, and just wait a patch, and don't want to play this meta. And I think actually because Blizzard said we will not have a patch, lot of players come back to the game because he know he will not be another patch, and the new season, because we will not have a new patch and it's a new season, we see a new Zerg come back. But yeah, I think the problem is because there is not fun to play against Protoss, and actually we see a lot of professional do a walk win against Protoss because it's a solution against Protoss, but I think for me it's not fun to do that every time. And that is why we don't see every there. And sometimes it's for some other reason players just stop the game. I don't know.
What do you think of the balance in general of the game at the moment?
I don't know. I don't know. I because Raynor win the EUM. I want to say the balance it's okay, but the balance it's okay. But I think it's not fun actually to play there, because if you don't want do a queen walk, you do you take a lot of bullshit protos, and it's not pretty fun. And sometimes you play there, you play against Protoss, and because you don't want to do a queen walk, you take every lot of bullshit, and this bullshit will die on queen walk, but yeah, you don't do that, and it's not very fun. I don't know.
Yeah, balance is not only about having a 50-50 wins, it's also about being fun for players, and I mean also being fun for viewers, because if it's just being full cheese, maybe it can be fun for players to macro and stuff, but I don't feel it's that fun for viewers. As it is from your caster's perspective, what do you think is good and what is not at the moment in terms of balance?
I think at the moment, if you're asking about what matchup is fun to watch, I think, and I never thought I said that. I would say that, like, if you told me 2 years ago, I would say that today. I would say, like, yeah, you're kidding. No, but the most fun I think to watch right now is Protoss versus Protoss, simply because
What?
there are so literally a gazillion of styles that you can do. You see macro games, you see full blown clown fiestas, you see cheeses, you see shield battery shenanigans, you see all ins, you see everything basically. And this is really, really fun to watch. It's so many intricacies to it too, and it's not easy to play. I will admit that. I don't necessarily like playing PvP anymore, but it's so cool to watch. And DVZ used to be my favorite matchup to watch, but I agree with Garitos a lot because it's not fun to see a Void Ray every single game. It's not fun to see a Queen die to Void Rays every single game. It's really not. You literally see the same setup in every game unless the Zerg decides to be like, yeah, fuck that. I should not say that word. I know, f that too, and I'm just gonna go 3 hatch, 23 drones, and I'm just gonna overwhelm him with Zerglings, which is hard to do because of shield batteries. And you can, if you can hit the timing early enough, then yeah, or if the Protoss is like, yeah, I'm just not gonna protect my wall well enough, or he messes up the wall or something like that, then yeah, it can be successful. But most of the time it won't be because shield batteries are super powerful at the moment. It's not fun. And in ZVP, you literally see the same game over and over and over. It's a little bit like TVT, where you also like in TVT you at least have the intricacy of tank placement or micro aspect that is really fun to watch at times. But in ZVP, it's literally the same thing every game. And if you point out in one tournament, if you point out, yeah, there's a Void Ray, if you say that every single game, after like 5 game, it gets old. You know, it's just if no Zerg is trying to all in, I mean, the most fun to watch for me are Zerg all-ins because of the amount of Zerglings, the amount of Banelings, the amount of whatever Zerg is coming up with, and or Roaches, Ravagers, you name it. And that's fun, but it's not fun to be like, yeah, there's the 75th drone in this tournament dying of a Void Ray that can't be handled because there's not a Queen out yet. And that's just, yeah,
Okay.
boring.
And I want to say why Zerg leaves the game. It's because it's not fun and he don't want to try a solution to answer to this problem. For example, he wait Raynor or Serral or Dark or some Korean Zerg find a solution, and when this player find a solution, I come back to this game because I know the solution. But the game is cancer, and we don't want to try to find a solution because it's so not fun to play, and I prefer wait and go back when a solution was fine.
I just, it's balance, but balance isn't always fun. I personally think the balance is good. It's not terrible, but I'm just a low-level player. That you also have to take that into account. But it's not just because something is balanced does not mean it's also fun. And if it's not fun for one race, Zerg in this case, uh, and I doubt that they say it's not fun because they don't win, because Reina just won a big thing, and they do still win games, but if you don't have fun winning games, what is left, you know? So you have to not only balance it, you also have to make it fun. And I really think there should something
Yeah.
make it fun again.
Garitos, do you think like players don't do enough like theory crafting? Don't work enough on finding builds? That's the issue.
Yeah.
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 Last question. Yeah, Azylis, sorry.
No. Go ahead. Sorry. I
Last
was just agreeing.
Okay. Last question, Garitos. Easy question, but probably hard question. Hard answers at least. What for each one of your matchups, so ZVZ, ZVT, ZVP, what? Give me one fix you would like to see to make the matchup more balanced or just more fun.
I think in ZVP it's a nerf of the shield battery. I don't know what if it's the heal, the cooldown of overpower shield battery. I don't know, but I think it's the shield battery the problem, and this what I want to fix against Terran. Because I'm Zerg, I think it's okay. I have some fun fix I want to see, but it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. What fun fix would you like to see?
Okay. For example, when Overseer do the contamination in planetary fortress in building, it don't stop the building of the planetary fortress, and
Yeah.
it's a bug. I think it's
Yeah, that
strange,
sounds
but
like a bug. Yeah.
but yeah, and in ZVZ I don't know.
ZVZ is fine.
Yeah, ZVZ it's fine. It's the same ZVZ for all Legacy of the Void and maybe before.
Yeah. Roaches,
Yeah.
and even more. Did I say roaches?
And Ravager in
Oh yeah,
Loki.
Ravagers. Yeah, Ravagers.
Yeah.
I forgot Ravagers. Yeah. And sometimes Mutilisks. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in
What?
ZVZ, no, I don't know.
Okay, well.
But I the same problem like the ZVP Lurker for a lot of Terran. A lot of Terran say Lurker it's broken, but I don't know. I don't want to say that. I will say it's not fun again for the Terran because it's hard to play against. But not broken because Clem can win against Lurker and some Terran wins against Lurker. And we don't see a lot of Zerg do Lurker, actually. Maybe after we will see more. But I want to say, Lurker is not fun but for a Terran, but not imbalance.
Okay. Well, we'll ask the next Terran I invite in the Alpaca talk show. Clip this, please, guys, so I can show this easily to the next Terran I have in the show. Okay, guys, this is the end of this part, and we'll go to the fun part, of course, the funnest part, in my opinion, which is the quiz. Yes, the quiz
my goodness.
part.
Okay.
So there are 4 parts of the quiz, okay? So we'll start with the first one, which I basically call the StarCraft 2 questions. So it's question about StarCraft 2, basically.
Okay.
Okay, you guys are ready? So the first question you'll have is what I call the preliminary question. It's an easy one. The first one to answer will not win any point, but will have an advantage for the next question, which will give point, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so the preliminary question is, who won the 2015 WCS Season 3 in Krakow? It's super
2015.
in Krakow. Someone in the chat might have it, or Kuro has it, of course. I'm sure Kuro was there, actually.
Was it Mana?
No, it was not. Mana lost to the winner, I think, in the finals.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember. I watched that. Shit, I'm not one of them. I don't remember.
Garitos.
I remember that. I watched that.
The winner beat Hydra in an amazing semifinals, coming back from a
Lilbo.
2. Yes, Lilbo.
Yes, Lilbo. Yes.
It
Easy.
was honestly the third game of Hydra.
This is an easy question. Okay.
the third game, Hydra versus Lilbo,
Yeah.
with Lilbo being completely dead, but coming with his stalkers, not losing anything and beating Hydra and then coming back 3-2. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I remember this kind. I mean, I don't remember a lot of games, but I do remember that I watched that. And when I said Mana, I was like, no, that wasn't Mana. It was someone else, and I just couldn't, for the life of me, remember the second player. And I remember the game kind of, but I mean, it was probably baguette style, anyways, because it was a Lilbo's thing. And but I just I never remember like players, or that's so hard for me. But yeah, it's fine.
Kuro didn't remember. Kuro, were you in Krakow at this time? And did you watch it? Okay, so that was the easy question. Now the hard part of the question. Which
Even
is question.
harder than that.
Yeah, the next question is what I call the price is right. So Garitos, because you found the answer of the preliminary question, you will have a little lead. I will ask you a question, okay? The answer is a number. So you will have the choice either to let your opponent, which means Azylis, answer first, or you go first. If the first to answer is right, then he wins a point. Else, the other one can answer, but before that, I say if the answer is more or less than what was just said. Okay.
Okay.
So the question, Garitos, before you say if you go first. In the 2015 Global Finals, Lilbo got destroyed by life in the shortest best of 5 of BlizzCon on Earth of the Swarm. Okay?
Yeah.
The question comes now. More or less 5 minutes. How many time lasted the 3 games in total? More or less 5 minutes. So if you are more or less a good answer, you win the point. Else, I say more or less, and the other one answers. Garitos, do you want to give an answer first, or to let Azylis go first?
I will let Aziz start.
Okay. And Kuro, you were there, and yes, this question is related to the previous one. That's what it's about, Lilbo. Azylis, you go first.
So how long did life need to destroy Lilbo? Yes.
In a best of 5, it was 3-0.
In a best of 5.
With loading?
No, just the times in game.
I think more.
Sorry, what?
You said more or less than 5 minutes, right?
No. It means you give an answer and I give you the point if it's more or less what you 5 minutes what you said. Like if you say 2 hours 5 minutes, then it's good if it was 2 hours or 2 hours 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it. Sorry, I just processed it wrong. For best of 5, 45 minutes.
Less than 45 minutes. Garitos, your turn.
Less than 45 minutes, yeah.
10 minutes.
More than 10 minutes. Azylis.
More than 10? Then 30 minutes?
30 minutes is good. The exact answer was 26 minutes 44 seconds, which is not that much for a best of 5 in BlizzCon.
That's not a lot at all. I mean, even for a best of 3, that would be short.
Yes. Do you, Lilbo, when he went, he made an interview and he said, "Yeah, I didn't practice at all. I know I'm going to get destroyed. I practice on Legacy of the Void, but not in."
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people were mocked him. Well, make fun of him a little bit because that was poorly public relations for sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I remember that.
That's 1 point for LadyAzylis, who takes point number 1. But that was only the first question. Now it's going to be harder, of course. No, I'm kidding. And the second question should be easier for LadyAzylis than Garitos, I think. But the first one was easier for Garitos, of course, because it's Lilbur, right?
Yeah, of course.
Who won the most Proxy Tempest EU Open? The first one to have the answer wins, so you can all give answers.
The most Proxy Tempest EU Open. I know there's a track record somewhere.
Yeah. But you can't look at it. That's sitting.
Wait a minute. 2 minutes.
I have 2 players in mind, I think, but
Garitos, any ideas?
Right now?
No, that's right now.
I think Cham, maybe.
Yes, it is Cham, which is not even European.
Yeah.
That's funny.
He played a lot of these tournaments, and he was such a consistent participant. Also, he always went really far, and I also love his playstyle because I like roaches and they are fun to watch, and he likes roaches, so he's fun to watch for me. And I would always cast his games because he's such a good player, such a nice person also, and yeah, it really was Cham. I had an inkling. It was either Cham or Christiana, I thought, but I wanted to lean to Cham because yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure Christiana played a lot at this time. Anyway, Cham won 29 times. The second one was Sul, who won 22 times. And then really far behind it was B with 15 wins.
Yeah, B also played a lot. And
Me,
Sol also played
1 win.
Really?
Yes, I know. You also played. I remember.
Okay.
It's
nice. You needed 29, well, at least 28 more to be in the Alpaca talk show quiz. So work better, and one day you might have a question with which answer will be Garitos.
Nice.
Okay, you're beyond Garitos. I hope you will have the next question really easy, so really be fast. Answer before your opponent. Which country does Nytix come from?
Spain?
Not at all.
No, not Spain. That was an obscure country. Was it? No, not. Was it Romania or Hungary? One of these two, I think.
None of those two countries, but it's closer than Romania. than Spain. It's closer than Spain, but it's not none of those two countries. But it's close. You get closer. Garitos, try.
Not Hungary, not Romania. Bulgaria.
Yes, of course, it is Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, yeah.
Okay.
That was
already 3-0, Garitos. You have to come back.
Honestly, I did not expect that. I did not expect that at all.
Now we have a really StarCraft 2 question about the game itself. Something that can happen on the game. What is the only building that a full energy oracle cannot kill?
The Hive.
Yes. Even a Nexus, even a lair, of course, an hatchery, all those buildings, even a planetary fortress, all those buildings can be killed. For the Nexus is really, really close.
I remember that reading this on Reddit. And that kind of stuck because I keep mentioning it sometimes on the tournament. When I see a full energy oracle, I sometimes say, "Oh, this thing can kill everything except for a hive," and that's 99% useless facts question.
Yeah, Kuro is completely right. It's the Fear Dragon question. Yes. 1 point for 0 Garitos.
Yeah. Very impressive. I can't do anything.
But the last question is a bit different. It's what I call the chain, but I really had no idea how to call it. I'll basically give you a question which has a lot of correct answers. For example, last week it was, give me a French player with a Wikipedia page? That was a question last week. And the one who has the less point, let's say, so that would be Garitos, answers first. Then Azylis will give another correct answer. Then again Garitos. Then again Azylis, until one of you can't find a correct answer that has not been said. Okay. So the question for today, and Garitos, you go first, is give me an armored unit.
Marauder.
Yes, correct.
Ultralisk?
Should be correct. Yes.
Tank.
The tank can indeed be correct. Yes, siege tank.
I'm not sure. Is an immortal armored?
Yes, Immortal is indeed armored.
Thor.
The Thor is indeed armored.
What was that?
The sword.
Thor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The carrier probably is armored too.
The carrier is indeed armored.
Battle cruiser.
The battle cruiser is armored.
Queen.
No.
No?
The Queen isn't armored. Garitos takes the point. Number 5.
And for some reason, I thought it's armored. Oh well, it's fine.
So
The
I'm going
Queen
to give...
and the Ravager is not armored.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
nothing. It's just a bio, I think.
biological, yes. So I'm going to give you the other correct answer you forgot. Stalker is armored.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Colossi are armored.
Viking.
The Viking, the War Prism, the Void Race, the Mothership, the Tempest, the Oracle, now since Legacy of the Void, the Disruptor, the Medivac.
Lurker.
Yes, the Auto Turret. Well, it's not technically a unit, but the Cyclones, the Liberators, the Roaches,
Swarmost.
the...
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a lot of armored stuff.
I have the complete list on the stream. You can see it. I clicked the wrong button. So you have the list there. So a lot of armored units actually, and this point is for Garitos, and that's good for him because he was really behind. And 4-1 is the score at the end of the first part of the quiz, which was the StarCraft 2 quiz. But now we are going for the second part of the quiz, which is the what I call the non-StarCraft 2 question, which are questions not related to StarCraft 2. We have 5 questions in this category too. And the first one is a video game question. And it's not an easy one because it's not that well-known game. In what indie game released in December 2014 do you play an immigration officer on the country of Arstotzka? Yeah, it's pretty odd.
Do you play what?
So in what indie game released in December 2014 do you play an immigration officer on the country of Arstotzka? Glory to Arstotzka, said Kuro. No, it's not, but nice try. Maybe someone on the chat has the correct answer. It's a game where you have to say if people will or will not enter into the country.
It's French, I think. No?
I'm not sure, but maybe Kuro has it at least. It is Papers, Please.
I do not know. Yeah, I never heard of the game. Never even.
Don't want to spell. Yeah, Kuro. Yeah. Okay. Well, congrats, Kuro. 1 point for the chat. And,
impressive.
And we'll go
the
to.
Chat will beat Garitos.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, it was an art question. The next one is easier, I think. It's a movie question.
Okay.
Who directed the movie Minority Report in 2002?
Oh shoot. Minority Report. Who made that?
Cameron? I don't know.
Was it James Cameron? I don't know.
It wasn't.
I don't know.
It was like the most famous director that.
Steven Spielberg?
It is.
No.
Indeed, Steven Spielberg.
It really is.
Yes.
It really is Steven. Oh wow. I didn't really remember.
Did you watch the movie?
I watched the movie, yeah,
No.
but it's a good movie too. It's a very good movie. It's a little bit dystopian in my book,
Yeah.
but it's a very good movie.
I found the movie okay, but most of all the idea, like the scenario,
Yeah,
was really interesting. Like the plot was really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, the plot was confusing, but the idea was really good, I thought too. And I'm not a huge fan of Tom Cruise, so I basically watched the movie because I found the idea intriguing and not so much the rest of it. But yeah, I watched it.
Do you guys watch movies, series, and if so, what kind of series or movies are you watching?
Depends. Lord of the Rings,
Of
Yeah.
course.
like all the time. Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones, I liked until season 6, and then I
Yeah,
stopped bothering to watch.
Like everyone. Like literally
I
everyone.
don't see. I see a lot of animate, but not a very series and a bit less movie. Not lot movie too. Lot of animate, but not series and movie.
Okay. You're looking for the name of something you're watching at the list?
No.
Okay.
And I'm just writing something in the chat. I don't want to say that on stream.
Okay. Well, let's go to our third question then. Yes, it's here. Third question, easy one. It's a geography question, so don't be hard. Last week, the geography question was super hard. Last week, the geography question, the answer was Ukraine, and the question was, what, except Russia, which country has the most surface area on Europe? So that was hard, but this is easy. What is the smallest country in the world?
Sweden? I don't know, say that.
Absolutely not Switzerland, no. Absolutely not.
Smallest country in the world. That's a good question. A difficult question too. Is it a European country?
Yes.
Andorre?
Liechtenstein?
No, it's
No,
it could have been, but it's even smaller. Way smaller actually. A lot more smaller than Andorra or Liechtenstein.
Is it the kingdom, the small, very small kingdom? What's it called?
I think you're thinking of Monaco.
Not Andorra. The other one.
You're thinking of Monaco, I think, and it's
Monaco,
not the correct.
yes.
It's not the correct answer. It's even smaller than that.
Oh, is it the Vatican?
It is, yes. It is 0.44 kilometers square. It's really
half
small.
of Rome or something like that.
Yes, it's inside of Rome indeed. So no, it's not Luxembourg, Kourou. It is indeed the city-state of Vatican. And after the city-state of Vatican, there are a lot other really small countries, especially islands, like in near Australia and stuff. I think there are small, really small countries. But yeah.
Tobago also is super small. Trinidad.
Okay, so Garitos, you can still come back, but it's going harder and harder. So at some point, we'll have to find.
I will try to beat the chat.
Okay, the next question is not about StarCraft 2, but there is a relation to StarCraft 2. It's a music question. In 2011, in his parody song All I Do Is Steam, Tempo reminded us that Terran is the most OP race. But who wrote the original song?
Oh god, I don't have the melody right now.
Yeah, same.
I know a lot of tempo songs, but I don't have the...
All I do is steam, 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 no matter what. That's the beginning.
I don't know that. If you say it, I'm probably gonna be like, ugh, but...
I don't
No,
I don't know.
Okay, so the original music is All I Do Is Win. From DJ Khaled.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah. The name rings a bell, but I don't really know.
Yeah, it was an hard one. It's not even the most well-known song from Tempo, but okay. What kind of music do you guys listen to?
Anything I can sing to.
Uh,
Like yeah, pop songs, rock song, mostly rock, but also pop songs, like anything really that I can sing to.
Mostly
Anything that
German
has a
song
music.
or English? Song?
No, English ones, mostly English ones. By far, most English ones.
me, it's old French song or old rock, but a lot of French song.
Okay. Okay. And then we go to our last non-StarCraft 2 question before the third part of the quiz. And this is let's say an history question. But it's an easy one. This time, honestly, it's easy. In what
You always say it's easy, and then it's difficult.
I said sometimes less easy. In what city the first modern Olympic Games took place in 1896?
In what city the first Olympic Games?
Took place in 18...
Seoul?
Not at all. In 1896?
1896. The first Olympic was.
No, yeah.
It wasn't Rome or something, right?
No, it wasn't. If it was the first Olympics, where could it be?
Oh, Athens, maybe.
Yes,
Greece.
exactly. On Greece, on Athens. Of course. And do you
I was
guys
just
know
like-
where was the second one in 4 years later?
No,
In
I have
Paris.
no idea.
In Paris, of
Okay.
course, in France. See, the question wasn't hard. It's because I said it wasn't hard that it was not hard.
You help a lot. That's good. most of your hints are really good. Where I'm just like thinking, oh yeah, it was that.
And we're going to switch to our fourth part of the quiz, third part, sorry, which is the hardest part to manage for me, because I'm going to show you a picture from a StarCraft 2 player. So I will send it on the Discord channel so you can see it, and at the same time I'll show it on stream, but there is a little bit of delay, and you might not have the exact same one, so I'm going to send it on the on your Discord. And the first one to find out who it is with the point. Okay?
Okay.
Are you ready for the first one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and go.
Oh, fuck.
Uh,
Nope.
No.
It's not
Linux.
easy. Yes!
yeah, that's Linux. Yeah.
That wasn't
Garitos.
an easy question, for example. Where was Nice! Garitos coming back! He can still do it! It's still
Nice.
possible!
Yay!
I beat the chat. Nice.
For now, at least. Okay, let's go with the second one, which is, I think, a bit easier than the first one, but we'll see. Let's go. Who is this player?
Skidus.
Yes,
Whoa.
that's Skillus. Yeah.
It is indeed Skillus. Garitos is super good in
I
this
see
one.
I'm terrible with names. I see the player and I'm like, oh, it's this guy, but I can't remember the name. And even though I know Skillus, of course, who that is, but I don't necessarily put a picture to his name or to the names. So, but yeah.
What is the year of the picture?
I have no clue. I didn't check this, to be honest. I just took a picture from Wikipedia. So
Yeah, okay.
let's go for the next one.
Future?
Nope. Oh, absolutely not future, but
I know the name.
it's also a Terran, actually.
It's
He's also from NA.
yeah. He's from an A. Not future. The other guy. Is that Semper?
It is Semper. Congrats.
But that's an old picture. Holy shit.
So yes, this is Semper indeed. And we're going to jump to the next and last one, which is... Oh yes, this one. Let's go with a picture. It might be a bit hard. It's one of our viewers sometimes.
Kiki?
It is Cuckoo indeed.
Yeah.
The Romanian phenom.
But he's so very young on this one.
Yeah,
Like-
but he's not really.
like-
It's 2 years ago, this picture, I think.
He looks like 12. Sorry, Cuckoo, if I offend you. I don't intend to, but he looks like
Yeah.
12 on that picture. It's like, oh, so cute.
Yes, that's true.
Such a little kid, so cute. You know. It's like Raina. Whenever I see Raina, I'm just like, oh my goodness, he's adorable.
Yeah.
And let's go for the last one, because I said it was the last player. It's true, but the last picture I'm going to send you is not a player. It's a map. A map from the ladder, but
Oh.
previous ladder one. And
Okay.
it's also the map in which you guys will play a bit later in the showmatch.
Oh god. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And let's go.
Is that Pillars of Gold?
Absolutely not.
No.
It's way older than this.
Older than Pillars of Gold. So it's not a current ladder map, right?
Absolutely not. It was on the ladder from November 2018.
Ah, yeah. Wait, I remember this one.
I don't have.
I know
Daybreak?
that he played a lot. No, that's
Nope.
not Daybreak. I know
No,
he
no.
played on that map a lot because of the gold base there. What was its name?
No, I
Damn
can't
it.
find. It's a LOTV map, right?
It is, of course. It is from November 2018 to May
Ah, okay.
2019.
I don't have.
It's
The chat has it.
if
It
you
is-
Yeah,
Automaton.
I see the chat.
It's automaton.
yeah.
So,
played.
Garitos, you are
Nice.
still better than the chat, but it's coming close.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going for the last part of the quiz, which is a really fun one. I'm going to ask you, it's for 3 points, okay? So, well, Garitos cannot totally come back, but he can at least be close. So we'll see. I'm going to ask you to defend something, an ID, a position. So you're going to have to find some ways to defend it, and you will have 2 minutes, 120 seconds to give your ideas and convince the chat of what you're saying. And then the other one will do the same, but but defend the opposite, of course. And at the end, the chat will vote to say who has been the most convincing, okay? So,
Okay.
Garitos, what you will do is defend that France is better than Germany, and Azylis, we will defend that Germany is better than France. Azylis, you have more points, so you will go first. You will have exactly 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, so Germany is better than France because we have the better beer, we have the better bread, we have the better StarCraft players. Of course. I can't say we have the better LAN events because you have more. So I will not say that. But yeah, I think I'm gonna just stick to the bread and the beer. And also we have a lot of beautiful cities and museums, and we have the Black Forest, which is very mythical too. And can I think more? I don't know. I never actually thought about that. 2.5 minutes, you say? Oh my goodness, that's a long time.
You can't. So it can be less if you.
Okay. Okay. I don't really know more actually because I never thought about it. I was like, yeah, well, we definitely have the better bread. So we have like your baguette is it sounds nice, but it's not really nice. It's really not. And at least I didn't like it when I was in Paris. I did not like the baguette there. I preferred the croissants, to be honest. But yeah, bread and beer.
Okay.
I will give you the wine, but we have the bread and the beer.
Okay, well, first of all, you're wrong. Baguette is amazing, and I don't know what baguette you ate, but if you didn't like it, it was not a real baguette.
Okay, then that's fine. I just didn't like it. I'm sorry.
Croissant is fine too.
But anyway, Garitos, it's your turn. You have 2 minutes to explain why France is better than Germany.
Okay. I want to say we have a better player. We have Clem actually, who destroy everyone. We have Stefano in the story. We destroy a lot of Korean and do the show. And a good show. We have a better event. Home Story Cup is fun, but it can't concurrent the Nation War and Iron Queen. We can just speak to deny what is the best competition. You will say Iron Squid, obviously. We have a better caster with O Gaming. We do a lot of production, a big scene. We have a good meme with the baguette. I don't see the beer in StarCraft or in the chat when we have a German player. We don't see a lot of beer in the chat, and we have a better viewers. We have a lot of red in the mainstream where we don't can read the chat because we have lot of baguette in the chat, and we have a big support of the chat, and that's it for me. I think I say everything.
Okay. Chat, it's your turn.
That's really close, actually.
Chat, you can write on the chat either Garitos or Azylis, depending on who was more convincing about.
I will vote.
So we'll let the chat 1 minute to write Garitos or LadyAzylis on the chat. But I found funny that LadyAzylis almost didn't talk about StarCraft 2 while defending Germany, and Garitos only talked about StarCraft 2.
Only.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Come on, no one answering on the chat?
Come on, guys.
Yeah, I need at least one answer, else I'm going to have to pick.
You don't do.
Paul, I actually it didn't work last time I tried, so I don't think it's working for some reason. It's
vote for Garitos, guys, really. Because,
yeah. Well, I think Kuro
because he was passionate. Oh, Kuro. That's a good one. I'm not passionate enough. Aww.
Yeah, anyway, I think, well, of course it was easier for Garitos, to be honest, because of course it's easier to say France is better than Germany, than the opposite, but it was also more, well, he had some great ideas, I think, and the thing about no beer emote on the chat and a lot of baguette emote on the chat is so true, and just for that, I think indeed this is for Garitos. And Garitos winning 3 points, he's still behind actually, so he does lose the quiz spot. Azylis wins with 8.7. Congrats. That means Garitos will be sad, and that's pretty good sometimes when Garitos is sad, because when he's happy, he has a really weird laughing. And I want to show you a clip, another clip, as the last clip of the day, but I want to show it with, it's actually a clip I made myself a few months ago. It was during Garitos stream. Let's see the clip.
Evolution complete. Easy.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So, maybe it's good if Azylis won this. Okay, well, this is the end of the quiz, and we're going to go to our next spot, which I call, because I have no idea how to call it, else, which I call guests because we're just going to talk about you when you're the guest there. So it sounds like a okay name. So let's start maybe with the beginning. You know, where were you born? Do you have siblings? What about your family? Aziz, do you want to go first?
Well, I was born in a town called Wurzen in Germany, close to Leipzig, the eastern part of Germany. I am fairly old, and I was actually born when Eastern Germany still was a thing. I've got one brother, and yeah, that's pretty much all family-wise. I mean, of course, I have a father and a mother, and a grandmother, and and stuff. Yeah, pretty much.
Garitos? Well, you talked a little bit about your siblings
Yeah.
earlier, but what else?
I born in Cherbourg in France, and for the work of my father, I traveled to Brest, and I have a lot of brothers and sisters, and
Lots
I
of.
don't know.
I don't even know how many. Just lots of.
I say yes. I can say two brothers and one sister if you prefer.
That's still a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know how you count 1, 2, and then many.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Exactly, Kuro.
And what are you doing? Garitos, are you still in your studies right now?
No, actually, I work in a company name is Capgemini, and I'm computer science and how say that? I'm in the development in in computer science.
Okay. And what about you, Azilis? Well, we know you started the computer studies as well as meteorology studies, but
Yeah, I never finish. I'm actually a optician, means I am making glasses and contact lenses and that stuff.
okay.
That's pretty interesting.
Since how many time are you doing it?
20 years now.
So,
Like I studied, or I tried to study in a break during that, like, and like what when I took a
the roommate.
when I took a break from work, I tried to do the studies, and then I resumed work when that did not work out. So basically that.
So how did you describe your work? Because I have actually my mother has glasses, but I have actually no idea how you make glasses.
Well, the customer comes to the shop, and we talk about what they need, what their preferences are, of course, what the lens has to have description-wise. Then once I know what the customer needs, I suggest them what lenses would be perfect for them. But I will not be like, yeah, you have to buy these lenses, and they can have anything they want, basically. And then after they decided, we ordered these lenses from a big company that makes lenses. There are several in Europe that make these, and we also can also order them like pretty much everywhere. Then we get these lenses and we grind them into shape of the frame, and then it gets put into the frame, and then the customer comes back and we put the frame on their noses, and then we make the frame fit so it doesn't fall off the nose, and or preferably not fall off the nose, and then and then that's it. And sometimes they come back because we didn't get it right the first time. You also need to wear the glasses a couple of weeks to know if they actually fit, and it's
Okay.
rare though. It's interesting.
It, what are, guys, your hobbies? Except StarCraft 2, of course, because we know you like StarCraft 2, but instead, except StarCraft 2, what do you do when you have free time?
Well, I do play. Well, before the pandemic, we played role-play games like Dungeons and Dragons with people. I also like to sing. I like other games than StarCraft 2, of course, like Minion Masters or Skyrim or basically whichever management type of game there is, I like. And I actually started playing with SimCity back in the days when the first one came out. And yeah, that's actually almost it. I like crocheting, like making things like that,
Okay, that's
or
nice.
little pillows that you can see them behind me.
You
on
made
the,
you made it yourself, the pillows?
Yeah, like not the big ones. I make small ones. If you want, I can just get one of these. I'll give me one
Awesome.
moment.
And me, it will be faster. It's game, Twitch, animate, and I don't know. Yeah, that's globally it. What I do.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's pretty cute.
Oh,
Is that
yeah.
the
That's like-
Smurfy's house?
Yes, that's supposed to be a Smurf's house. Someday I was like, I want to do something like that, and then I did it, and it actually turned out nicely. So I kept going, and I also made this. Looks kind of
Oh.
like a mouse, but it's supposed to be a bear.
Yeah, it does
I
look
also
really-
make beanies or hairbands or glove type of things because I get cold hands easily. That kind of stuff. All the stuff that's needed to keep warm. I made socks recently for the first time.
It's really cute. I really love it.
Yeah.
I love the Smurf house, I have to say. And in your roleplay, are you a player or game master?
I'm a player. I probably would be terrible as a game master because I can never make up consistent stories. I would probably just lose myself in details and never progress the story in any way. And I probably would also really be terrible because I would want everybody killed at some point. So it's not a good idea to give me responsibility like that.
So basically, when you play team games, you make friendly fire. When you play, when you're a game master, you want to kill everyone. That's
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
So if it's Dungeon and Dragon style, what kind of character do you play?
I try different types of character. I always come back to something magical, like a sorcerer, for example, or wizard, because I just like that type of character. But I do also like to play barbarians because of their crude, like brute force and like kill first, ask questions later, and that kind of attitude, you know. And I do very, very much like either like the close up or the stay away from things type of person. So it's either that or either one or the other. There's no in between really.
Garitos, did you... The things we learned about Azzy today. Yeah, it's scary. Call the police! Azzy's want to kill everyone.
Yeah, I fear a bit to stay in ePunks.
Oh! Oh my goodness! Please don't. It's only virtual, you know.
Yeah.
I swear.
Garitos, did you play role-playing games?
Not really. I try a bit, but it was fun. But I don't make a group, or I never have the occasion to do that. But yeah, it's very fun. I watch a lot on Twitch, but I never do real game like this.
And so what about video games, guys? Can you, both of you, describe like the first video game you have ever played? What it was, Garitos?
It was StarCraft 1. The little story, I was a kid and I play with my father, yeah, and yeah, when I was baby, I was in with my father and I put my hand in the cave of my father and it was fun. And the fun fact is because I do that, he put another keyboard for me because I play on this keyboard when he play and I
So you
just
put an
yeah
unplugged in keyboard so
yeah
that
yeah
you don't
yeah
bother him.
yeah yeah.
That's adorable. So adorable.
Yeah, that's fun. I have a lot of fun facts like this. For example, a bit later I play Half-Life when I was children, and two fun fact with this is the one I don't know say that in English. The melee the weapon contact in Half-Life. I wasn't know what is the name, and to call it, I say ting ting because when you fire with him in a wall, the song was ting ting, and then when I need to call this weapon, I say ting 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 ting. And the second fun fact is when I use a weapon, sometimes you need armor to use this weapon. And when I don't have armor, I said I don't have energy because in a lot of things we need energy with battery or something. And I don't say I need the hammer. I say I need energy to recharge the the weapon. And yeah, it's a good thing.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, these facts about our childhood game and stuff is really amazing. Aziz, what was your first game?
I don't actually remember the name of the game. I remember I was like 9 years or something when I sat in front. When I sat in front of the PC the first time, I was like 9 years old or something, and I remember it was a game where you had, it was an C64 or something, or Amiga even, like really old computers, and you had two mountains or fortresses or something like that, and you had cannons, and you would shoot at each other until you broke the vault of the other player's fortress, mountain, whatever it was. I don't remember, but I don't remember the name of the game. But it was fun. It was so much fun just trying to figure out the way where the cannonball would fly, or how the cannonball would fly. If you aim it higher, it would fly like this. If you aim it lower, it would fly like lower. And it was so much fun to figure that out. And yeah, that was a nice little game. I could spend hours playing that. And that was pretty much the first game I played. And then I also played, of course, the first SimCity. Hours and hours and hours on end. And I never had my own computer because my parents thought I'm too young to have a computer, I would break it. So I never had my own computer, but I always went to friends' houses after school and played there on their computers. And that was always fun. Yeah, that was the best times actually, sometimes. Because we used to play racing games, SimCity, as I said. We played puzzle games, whatever was en vogue in the early 1990s. And I remember when my classmates were bragging about who had the biggest hard drives. We are talking about like 128 megabytes sizes. and now you have a small hard drive if you have 128 gigabytes.
Yes.
So, and that was really fun times. That was really fun times.
Where does your nicknames come from? It's something everyone wants to know about everyone. Why your name Azylis and LadyAzylis?
Basically, Azylis was my very first World of Warcraft nickname. And it didn't come out of the it did come out of the blue actually. I basically typed it in, let my fingers do their work, and what came out was Azylis. I was like, okay, that sounds cool, I'll take it. And years later, many years later, I found out that Azylis is actually something like a French name because somebody was writing a book and the main protagonist's name was Azylis. And I was like, okay, now I know why a lot of other people are called Azylis because when I got that name, when I typed into, was it Google or was it Yahoo back then, only my World of Warcraft profile link would come up. Or war chest, or what it was, I don't, Armory, I think it was, would come up. Nothing else with Azylis, just that. And years later, it was more. That book, for example, was the first one. And yeah. So basically, it came out of the blue, and years later, everybody had it. Well, not everybody, but more people had it. And yeah.
Okay.
And Lady was basically just because I thought about it. Sounds kind of nice. I wanted to be more female. My first, at first on Twitch, I started with Azylis, and StarCraft, I also started with Azylis, and then name changes became a thing. I was like, I kind of wanted to sound more female, so I put Lady in front of it, and now it's Queen because, as I said before, my old Twitch account's locked.
Yeah, of course. What about you, Garitos?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I play a lot of campaign, and to use a lot when I need to put a pseudo, I use a lot of character in the game. And sometimes at start I use Kerrigan or something like that when I start. And when I play to Diablo, I make a lot of character, and you need a lot of name. And one time I put Garitos, and I don't remember what is the name of Garitos, where it is, and where I listen this name. And after I use all-time Garitos without remember where is the name. And after I see when I go back to Warcraft 3, it's a character in Warcraft 3, and the name is just a character in Warcraft 3.
Okay.
Not right exactly the same, but yeah.
Okay. It's starting to be really long because we have amazing talks. So we will take like 5-minute breaks to go to the bathroom, take water, guys, and we'll be back to talk about some other subjects. I want to talk a little bit about World of Warcraft, because like both of you played it, and we'll talk about StarCraft also and stuff. So stay here, and we take 5-minute breaks, guys.
Thank you.
Nuclear missile ready.
And we are back to the Alpaca Talk Show after a break. 3 hours of talking already, so I think everyone needed a small break. And we are back. We were talking about your nicknames. As this, you told us it came back from World of Warcraft, and Garitos is a huge fan of World of Warcraft, right?
No, I prefer Warcraft Finally, I prefer Warcraft because I like the story of Warcraft, but I think in World of Warcraft the story was a bit I don't know. Because it was the beginning of MMORPG, the story was a bit less important than the gameplay, and finally, I don't really like WoW, and because when I was children, I can buy one game for. I can buy one game by year, but I never can buy WoW and pay to all months to play it. Then when WoW was launched, I stopped Warcraft to play it. Then it's a bit yeah.
It just felt like they ran out of a story to tell at some point, and started to kind of make things up, if that makes sense.
What?
Yes.
Can you repeat?
I think they ran out of a story to tell at some point, and started to make things up.
Yeah.
And it was just it felt forced to a degree. But it's just my opinion. I did play for a long time, like from 2006 or something, until a long time with breaks in between. And the last expansion I played was Wall of Draenor. I did like that. I just did not like what they did to the talent trees, so I stopped it. That was just like,
Okay.
I never went back.
But Garitos, you went back to Classic.
No.
No, you didn't
Not
play
Classic.
Classic? I didn't see you playing.
No.
Okay, but when Classic came out, you were playing WoW at this time. Or, you know?
Yeah, I try and I say it's not for me. I prefer the last extension than classic because for me I think the story take important part in WoW actually than before, and that is why I prefer play or watch the story of WoW actually than before.
If the answer cannot be StarCraft 2, of course. If there is one game that has been really important for you in the past, which one would it be?
I actually think that's StarCraft 2. Because it's the only game that I played for 6 years or something. Like, I exclusively played StarCraft 2 from the day I hit silver. I dropped everything else from the day I hit silver. That was, I don't know, I was 3 years in bronze or something. And then I played like 6 years, I think, exclusively StarCraft 2. Nothing else, just StarCraft. And it kind of spoiled me also regarding difficulties of other games. I find a lot of games I found were too easy, too low of a learning curve, too boring, not exciting enough, not pretty enough, not deep enough. And StarCraft just gave me all of that, and for a long time, for a really, really long time. And also, I made great friends in StarCraft 2. That's also a big part of the thing. I also made good friends in World of Warcraft, obviously, but I've not talked to a lot of people anymore that from that time. But I still talk to a lot of people that I've known from the beginning in StarCraft 2. And even though not that often anymore, but I still talk to them. And yeah, I think StarCraft 2. If I would have to name just one game, then
And if it couldn't be StarCraft 2, because also,
Yeah.
I mean, makes sense, but except StarCraft 2, which game?
except StarCraft 2, probably Ark, because it formed a quite nice friendship with someone, with a really good person. That's sad. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he just disappeared half a year ago, and I'm really sad about that because we played Ark together for a long time, and on other games too. But Ark started that, and it was quite a good one, and I think Ark is the game that has the most hours played for me, second to StarCraft. So, I mean, dinosaurs,
Okay, yeah.
and dinosaurs and building. And
Okay. Garitos, what about you? What would be the one game except StarCraft 2?
If I can, I will say StarCraft 1. Just because I start with him, because it's the game where all my family played, and we play in family with 5 players, and my mother, my dad, and 2 brothers. And we do a small LAN party in house where everyone play in 2v3. It was very fun, and yeah,
awesome.
it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I just for that I want to say StarCraft 1.
That's pretty amazing. Did you play Azylis with your family? Your parents maybe, but of course they were
No.
a bit maybe older than Garitos, and with your siblings maybe?
Not computer games. My parents were not into computers at all. Until I convinced my mother that really, as a teacher, she needs a computer when I was 18 years old at that time. So, but she really wanted a computer for her work. And, well, she actually was happy with it once she got it because it made a lot of things easier for her. But no, we never played computer games together with. And I sometimes played PlayStation with my brother. He had a PlayStation 1, but I never really was interested in consoles. I never had one myself. I played, what was that? Civilization I played on my brother's PlayStation. I think one of the Civilizations came out for PlayStation 1. But that's pretty much the only game I played on PlayStation. And I never played Tomb Raider or anything. So maybe racing games, but that's about it. And my family isn't much into video games. So
Garitos,
Yeah.
did you play Civilization?
No.
No? You didn't play
No.
with Rome? Because I know you played Civilization. So
I play a bit with Rom, but it's only with Rom where I play.
who
Then
won?
it was
Who won?
I don't
That's a
know,
question we.
4-5 game maybe, but not.
And who won?
Won? Um, don't remember
Okay,
because
Rome then.
you can, but it's 5 player, and we never finish really a game because we start at 9 p.m. and we end at 5 a.m. and the game wasn't end, and I need to work and I go. But yeah, it's not me. I won.
You know you can start back your game the next day.
I don't know exactly, and it's a bit hard when we discover the game, and the other day you don't want to take the game. You want to restart the game because you know you have do a lot of mistakes, and you have understand something, and you want fix your problem and restart the game to fix it, and sometimes you need to wait 1 week before everyone can play the same date, and you prefer when you play go at the end, and yeah.
Makes sense. Let's talk a little bit about StarCraft 2 now. Your first steps, especially that's what I'm really interested in. Your first steps in the game. So, can you just say when you started playing? When did you came to start the game? Say, oh, I'm going to buy this game, or someone offered it to you. And when you downloaded the game, you installed it, you started it, and then okay, what did you do in the game? The first thing you did, was it campaign? Was it 1v1? Can you talk a little bit about this? Azylis, do you want to start?
Oh my goodness. I got StarCraft 2 on release day. Back in the day. I remember I was on holiday, I think in Berlin. Or something along those lines. And I got home, installed it, and my ex-boyfriend, he was like, yeah, maybe you want to play campaign or this practice league that they made up there was like 50 games or something that you could play in the practice league without getting ranked or something like that. And I was like, who needs practice? Just ladder. Just ladder. And I jumped into ladder. I've never, apart from these couple of games in StarCraft Brood War, I never played any RTS before that. I was, I think, 30 years old or something. My first RTS, and I straight went onto ladder. And he was like, "You're crazy." I'm like, yeah, I know, it's fine. And I think the first 200 games I lost, or something, probably more. And I'm not kidding, probably more. And the first game I won was like a big thing, a real big thing. 3 years later, I hit silver. Or something. I think it was 3 years. I was a long time in bronze, like a really long time in bronze. And then I found Mr. Lama's videos, and I learned StarCraft 2 from these, and from casting, of course, because I started casting like almost when I started playing, a little bit later. And yeah, the day I hit silver, I dropped any other game. I just played StarCraft 2. And that's pretty much it. I was slow as a snail to start with. I played with only mouse for like a year and thought I was great. And of course I wasn't, but that's very obvious. Then my ex was like, yeah, you should be playing with your keyboard. I'm like, no, why would I? It's too slow. And yeah, of course it's too slow. It took me forever to learn the hotkeys. Keyboard.
Garitos will be playing also a bit later with only one hand, so we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can reach silver with it.
And
It was fun. I loved it. I loved it so much, and it was challenging. It was so difficult. It was I didn't know the units. I didn't know what they were doing because I never played the tutorial. I never played the campaign. I never played the practice league. I had absolutely no idea what I was doing, but it was great. It was fun, and yeah, that was. I still remember that like it was yesterday, really, because it was so much fun to learn a new game from scratch.
And
At already being really old, actually, to learn something like that, to even start a game like that. So, but I can recommend it even for 30-year-old people. Do it; it's fun.
yeah, well, we had one in the chat. I'm not sure if he's still there, but a French player who is like 40 years old almost now, also. Same, like he started a bit late. Like he didn't start the game 10 years ago, and he's still playing a lot and improving. Now he's platinum. There is no age. In the French community, we actually have someone who is 70 plus years old. You probably know it, Garitos, because everyone knows it
Yeah.
on the French community.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty great. I really love it. Garitos, do you want to tell a little bit about your first steps in StarCraft 2?
At the beginning, I had the beta of the game, but I don't play the beta because I do one game and it wasn't fun, and I stop. I buy the game at the beginning, and I do the campaign with my brother, and every campaign we swap of player who play one watch and one play two watch, and each mission we swap player
That's
to
cool. Yeah.
because we had one computer and we need to swap to play and we do that after I play a lot arcade game, but not one versus one. It's too hard for me. And I discover a tutorial in internet with Profetude, and I start the one versus one in Terran because the tutorial was for Terran, and I won with this strategy, and that is at this moment who I start the one versus one. But I start Terran, and after I see a tutorial in Zerg, and I switch Zerg for all time. I play. I don't remember exactly when I started to play in competitive exactly, but it was in the medium of WoL, I think. I start Bronze League, obviously, and in HOTS, I don't know. I each the master, and I stopped totally the game because my objective it was to go master, and when I won my objective, I stopped the game because the game was end. Yeah, because I think I don't know. The grandmaster is not for me. I never can be a grandmaster. I stop the game because master it's fine, and I play a bit for stay master, but that's it. And one time I do a tournament to join the team. The achievement, the goal for this tournament it was to join the team, and at this moment I know what is semi-professional, and then I start to be semi-professional, and I play try to improve in master, and yeah,
What
that's
team
it.
was it?
It was a reward, and it's a small team. Yeah, and he disbanded because yeah, it's small team.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I love the I beat the game I master thing.
Yeah.
It's like playing World of Warcraft and say, yeah, I'm level 60. Well, I'm not sure what's the top level now. Maybe it's
Yeah,
100.
yeah.
I don't know. And say, okay, the game is over. I'm the top level.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. But yeah, that's why I really like it. Aziz, will you stop when you're master? Will you stop playing when you're master?
I've never, well, I never hit Master League, and I will certainly not stop if I should, but my high was in Heart of the Swarm, where I was really, really close to Master League, according to the rank for the win. And like literally that close. And I played regularly against Master Players and I beat them, and I never got the promotion. And in Legacy of the Void, people just got so good, and I've never gotten even close back to that skill level. Or maybe I do. I just maybe other people just got a lot better, you know. But I never even got Diamond 1 yet. So my best in Legacy was Diamond 2, and I never broke Diamond 1. And I probably never will. So I'm not worried about Master League right now. I'm more worried about playing more often rather
Okay.
than Master League, I suppose.
How much do you play? What would be your schedule at the moment when you play StarCraft 2, Azelis?
I don't play often. I do play a few games before I play the tournament games for Maralekos League. I play like maybe once or twice a week for 5 or 10 games. It's really not a lot. I used to play StarCraft like a lot, 20, 30 games a day. And I streamed it a lot too. But that was quite a while ago. But since I'm hosting tournaments a lot more, or since I started to host a lot more tournaments, I gradually stopped playing StarCraft 2 just because I only have 2 hands, and you can't really do both, and at least not to the amount. And yeah, there's only so many hours in the day, and yeah. I want to play more. It's just also really hard to get back. I mean, my fingers feel like wooden sticks, and like I try to like look so slow, and it's hard. But of course, you only get back to good if you actually play. And I'm kind of a little bit scared of playing nowadays. So because everyone is so good and I'm just so terrible. I feel like I'm terrible. Objectively, I'm not. It's just my skill just isn't the same, and I feel like I'm embarrassing myself in front of myself because I used to be quite good, and I mean diamond back in the days, or very high diamond, uh was really good. It was top 10% back then. It's not anymore, but it was back then. And since I was so close to master, I probably was more like top 5%. And because master was top 4. And it's it's just so it feels like it's embarrassing compared to my skill level back then. It's not, but it feels like it, and that makes me kind of scared of playing. And
I see.
and also the BM got a lot better, a lot worse on ladder. Like,
A lot better.
yeah, no, a lot worse. And what you have to read as if people assume you are a woman, I mean, they don't assume wrong, but what you have to read if people assume that you are a woman on the internet is really, really not fun and not encouraging to play at all. So there's that also. That's also a thing, really. And you can't mute everyone. You
Yeah.
always, and also you can also just, you have to read it first before you can mute them, and that's kind of sad in a way. And yeah, that's also quite discouraging, to be honest. But yeah, that's how it is, I guess.
Okay. Garitos,
Yeah.
what about you? Your schedule at the moment? How much do you play? How do you play? Do you play customs? Do you play ladder? Do you play tournaments? How is it going?
Both. I played tournament like Underdogs, like Queen Gambit, like lot of tournament, and I play custom with a lot of player, Rom, Arrockfire, Tebul, a lot of player, and Tyran. But actually, I train a lot against Protoss, and I do actually a bit ladder because I think I play too much ladder game, and it's not a good point because I tilt a bit faster, and when I tilted, I should stop, but I don't stop, and I lose lot of point, lot of level, and it's not fine. Then actually, I don't do so much ladder game. I don't know, maybe between 4 and 10 ladder game, 10 ladder game by day, I think.
That's a
But,
lot of ladder game, to be honest.
Yeah, but 4 is not so much. Depend really who I play and what is my day and a lot of things about like this. But yeah, when I tilt, I start, I restart, and I lose a lot.
Are you feeling ready for the DreamHack incoming in like 2 weeks, the Open qualifiers?
I don't know. For example, my qualification the last time was a weird moment. It was just after the patch. I was totally tilted by Protoss and the Void Ray, but I don't know. This time I qualified. I don't know why, but maybe it will be the same. But yeah, I'm not very confident.
Just play the funky Garitos and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You are actually one of the most active tournament players that I know. Actually, Garitos, you just play a lot of tournaments, like basically whenever you can, right? Whenever you have the time, you play, right? At least it feels like it.
Maybe Cristiano play really more, I think.
He doesn't play the Queen's Gambit that often, though. He only played it the second time last time, and he
Okay,
played a
I
lot
don't
more.
Yeah, I think he rushes the OSC tournament, you know. I think he wants a good ranking there because he's doing like all of the OSC partner tournaments.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
the Queen's Gambit is not OSC partnered, so
Yeah, but maybe that's why he's not playing it that often because he
yeah, that's
already
true.
plays
Yeah.
all the OSC events. That might be one of the explanations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you guys play only 1v1s or do you play other modes? Garitos, you said in the past you were playing arcades. Are you still doing it? Do you
No.
play co-op, etc.?
Yeah, I play campaign. I tried to do a speedrun in the campaign. It was fun. Yeah, it's really tricky. It's fun. And I play co-op. I like play co-op. It's fun too. But yeah, it's all time the same thing. Then I stop a bit to play co-op. But before, when a new character launch, I like to play the new character and yeah. And in StarCraft 2, not 2v2, arcade. I don't do that.
And you talked about speed running, and I almost forgot about this, but you play like almost day per 4 day, 3065 days ago, a really well-known French streamer hosted some kind of speedruns on a lot of games during the first lockdown, and you did play the StarCraft 2 one where you had to finish the 3 campaigns as fast as possible. Uzikoti won it, finishing after like 1 night and few hours in the morning.
Yeah,
What happened to you?
Hour, if I remember.
What happened to it? Started like in the evening, if I remember correctly, and Zikuti finished like noon on the next day. And what about you?
Because I work, I don't do really the challenge because it's a bit harder to do White Knight. I don't know if it's in English. But yeah, then I said in my head, I will not participate because I can't play all the night to do this challenge. And when it starts, I watch all the StarCraft stream, and I said, "It don't play well. I can do better." And 1 hour later than everyone, I start just for fun to beat everyone. And the fun fact is, I finished the first campaign in the top 3, but I start 1 hour later than everyone. But it was the only one where I train the campaign, because it's I think it's the most fun campaign to speedrun.
That's very impressive, though. Starting later than everyone and still being really
And
great.
yeah, it's fun. And because I was a bit sick, I stopped it at I don't remember, 1 hour maybe. But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, you were doing well. You were like, when you stopped, you were like third in the race, something like this. And even if you started late, like Uzikoti and maybe someone else was above you, but that was it. What about you, LadyAzylis? Do you only play 1v1 when you play StarCraft 2? Do you play other modes?
Almost exclusively 1v1. I mean, recently I played a little bit of co-op, which was fun. Not the mutation, because that was a little bit too much in my book. But co-op was fun in general. But it's almost exclusively 1v1s, really. I think I played like 50 maybe 2v2 or something, but only after people really annoyed me a lot to play with them. And you just give in to make them shut up, you know?
Yeah.
And I played a few 3v3, very few 4v4. I am terrible at team games, like super terrible.
In StarCraft also,
And
you make friendly fire and attack your...
luckily you have to click on your teammates units to kill them, so it's StarCraft, it's not really that bad, but I'm just not a good team player, and not in StarCraft 2 anyways. And
Did you play the campaign at least?
no, well, a couple of missions, I think I played. I think I almost finished the Wings of Liberty campaign. Almost. I was like 3 or 4 missions from the end or something like that. But I played 1 or 2 missions maybe from Heart of the Swarm. I played 1 mission from... It was just not that interesting. Like, for me. I play the game to play 1v1, to just be like, yeah, it's me versus someone else, and may the better Azylis win. And that kind of thing. It's just... People might be like, yeah, why did you not play a campaign? It's so good. Yeah, I hear it's good. It's fine. It's just not... I like watching someone play it. I just don't know. It's not for me to play. I don't know. I can't say why. I just didn't play it, or not all of it at least.
Garitos, if some player wanted to become good to the game, as good as you, one of the best Zerg player in France, what advice would you give? What one advice would you give him?
Try to check what your mistake, and don't waste your time to the mistake of your opponent. For example, if you play against Protoss, you will watch a lot of mistakes maybe, and a lot of players will say it's imbalance, what the fuck Blizzard. and he will not try to improve himself, and he will wasting a lot of time to flame the race or the opponent. And yeah, I think it's a good mentality.
I have a last question for both of you before we go to our show match. Everyone is looking for it, of course. You both streams. One of you a lot less than the other.
Yeah.
So first of all, Garitos, you streamed at some point. At some point, you streamed a lot for a few weeks and then you stopped. Do you plan to go back to streaming?
I stream a lot because I finished my study and I was in search of work, and I have a lot of time to stream. And when I start the work, I'm quite to play the night, or quite to play and stream the night, and I think it's a bit not very. I don't know. I don't. I'm not sure it's very interesting to see me play when I'm quiet, and I stopped to stream because I was tilted by the meta, and I um, I was totally triggered when I play a Protoss, and because I said don't wasting time to find the mistake of your opponent. I can't flame in my stream my opponent, and then I stop a bit to stream. And for the answer of your question, I don't know. I don't know if I will stream actually. It's fun, but I need time, I think.
It's also
Yeah.
difficult to stream and play at the same time. StarCraft 2 is in my opinion the most, or one of the most difficult games to stream and play at a high level. And when I stream StarCraft 2 or used to stream StarCraft 2, I always played what it felt like a league lower than I actually was. And if you then want to also say what you're doing, it's hard. And if you are tired from work and then you face weird Protoss shit, then I can totally see why you wouldn't want to be streaming, because you really don't want people to see uh, your worst side, really. You want to
Yeah.
perform on stream. You want to be good on stream. You want to show
Yeah.
off what you can do. You don't want to be a tired, ranting, angry person on stream.
Yeah.
And it's totally understandable. So I wouldn't worry too much. And I can see why you would not want to be streaming, because you want to play at the level that you want to play and not a level lower or something like that. You don't want to show that to
Yeah.
people.
And because I don't know when I will cut to play, stop to play, and when I launch a stream, I like to stream during 2-3 hours, and if I'm tilted during the first game, I want to stop the game. I can't really stop the stream at the first game.
Yeah, and then you just keep tilting for the rest of the stream, and that really isn't what people want,
Yeah.
or what you want for the most players. I mean, if you are tilting for the entire stream, then you don't have fun, and if you don't have fun streaming, then yeah, where's the point? And don't worry about it, really. It's just
Yeah, it's really two ways to see the game. For example, last week I had Disc in the show, and Disc, it's the complete opposite, because he can't be motivated to play if he's not streaming with his fans behind him. So basically, when he explained us that basically when he starts a game, he starts streaming at the same time. But on the other side, there are players like Garitos, and I think most of the players actually will see that first of all, when they are streaming, they are a bit less good, almost always, because you have the chat, because you know you're streaming and stuff. And it can be even more tilted to play less well, and when people are watching you.
Yeah, and then you also, like in my case, for example, when I was like Gold League and Platinum League, and even then when I was in Diamond and really not terrible. I mean, of course, I was bad compared to people like Clem or Zeril or Raynor or something, but objectively looked at, Diamond really isn't bad. It's good. It's actually quite good. And but then you have people, yeah, you have to do this and this. You have to do it like that and that. And I'm just like, dude, when I say I'm a professional team, if I want my questions answered, I'm not going to ask a random Twitch viewer. I'm going to ask my teammates. They are all grandmasters. They are all semi-professional players. They know what they're doing, and they will answer my questions. I don't need your advice. And then then people are like, yeah, but you're so nosy. You're such an arrogant person. What is arrogant in not liking people telling you what to do? I know what I need to do. I've casted I don't know how many thousand games. I know what I need to do. I just don't have the skill to do it. And I'm too slow to do certain things. And it's so annoying if people want to school you about a game that you, in theory, know what to do. Just knowing and doing, especially in StarCraft 2, are two entirely different things. And just
But
because you know the things does not really mean you can actually do them. Nobody plays like Maru. Like nobody on my level will ever be able to play like Maru just because they know what Maru is doing. And there's no, and that also pulls people down, me in this case, because I don't like to be schooled about a game that I know quite well. I know what I should be doing at least, and I don't like people being like, yeah, you have to do this and you have to do that. No, I don't. I do it the way I want to do it, and if you don't like it, don't watch it. Period. But just don't say anything. And it sounds arrogant to say, but if you have that every single stream multiple times, at some point you get arrogant about it, even if you're not really an arrogant person. And it's just
personally, I don't have the problem. Maybe because I'm a grandmaster and
yeah. That,
And
but
honestly,
and because you are a male, and
yeah,
it's
that's what
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was about to say, because at some point I was streaming a little bit. I never had comments about I should play. So yeah, I think that's probably another one of the reasons. Sadly,
I mean, when Queenie was still StarCraft 2 professional, she was very good. She was almost Grandmaster. I think she never hit Grandmaster, but she was very, very high master, and better than Madalisk at some point. And she always had backseat gamers in her stream, always, every day, all the time. It was so annoying. It was even annoying to just read that chat, and I was like thinking, how do you deal with that shit? And it happened in my stream too, and I was Gold League at that point. And when I watched male streamers, they never had that problem, and it was just an occasional troll that were like, yeah, you're such a bad player, or somebody that they just lost on ladder 2 or something like that. It never was that bad. And it's still bad. It's not good or anything. And that's why I also stopped playing StarCraft 2 on stream, because I really don't want to deal with that shit. So it's
yeah, we have a lot of work to do on this kind of subject. I think a lot of
Yeah.
work.
And yeah. But yeah, that's why I don't stream StarCraft, or not a lot of StarCraft sometimes, but really not a lot anymore. Just because first I play bad, second I don't want to deal with trolls, and I also don't want to deal with people to tell me what I need to do, because I know what I should be doing, and I'm just not a Garitos. I'm not a Lilikinine. I'm not a Rom or a Puppy Joe, you know, and that's just how it is, and but that's it.
Well, we're going to see if you're Garitos. That's a question.
Yeah, that would be quite interesting.
We'll see.
You should multiply the camera of Garitos, or swap the cameras.
Yeah, switch accounts between each other. And so we'll play a Showmatch between you two. The three first Alpaca talk show, we had players of similar levels. The first time we had 2 diamond casters and we had 4 semi-pro players. It's not the case this time, so we found a way to make the match a bit more balanced. So first of all, Garitos will play off-race. He will be playing Terran, when LadyAzylis will be playing Protoss. And a second of all, and that's the fun part, Garitos will be allowed to use his mouse and his keyboard, but he will be allowed to play only with one hand, so he can switch from keyboard to mouse, but cannot use the second hand. And he will also show us this with his camera, so we can see how he deals with it, because it might be actually really hard. So I hope it's going to be a fun show match. We're going to play on Automaton, as I revealed it a bit sooner during the what was it already? Yes, the quiz. Are you both of you ready?
Yeah.
Going to be
Yes.
a fun show match. I'm really excited to see it. Do I have you in my contact list? Garitos here, but I'm pretty sure I have you two, LadyAzylis.
You have me. You should have me at least.
Are
I
you
am
logged
also in the. Yes, I am. I just logged in the Alpha Pro Series channel. I am.
Yeah.
Okay, for some reason it says you're already my friend, but I don't see you in the contact list. Maybe you're in
Nice.
invisible mode, or it's just bugged. It's pretty hard to know. Okay, let's host the lobby. Automaton LE will be our map. Do you remember this map? And if so, do you have an opinion on it before we play it?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I remember this map, but I don't really remember. I think it was fine. I like it, but I don't remember exactly if it was broken for this or for this. But yeah, I think I like it.
Okay, well, you can give us also your thoughts after the match. What about you, Azelis?
I remember this map. I remember it has big natural, and I remember proxying a Stargate and a gateway in the natural, like at the very edge, and players on my level, they never would look there because they would never go around their natural to check for buildings. I would just practice, place my buildings there, build 3 more gates at home, have 4 gates Stargate, get a void ray, and then just shove that down their throat. And that was fun. On this
Okay.
map, that was fun.
Well,
But
let's see.
It's quite a bit. I will not do that now, though, because I don't remember the build. Well, I do remember the build. I'm not good at executing it anymore, though.
Well, let's see. Let's jump into the game. Best of 1 show match. Let's go. Here. LadyAzylis strikes again. Says screw on the chat.
We cut the sound of the meeting.
I'm just going to mute myself, so don't worry for
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm muted on Discord, so they can't hear me, but we can hear. They can't hear me, but we can hear them. That way, if they are unhappy at some point, sometime, some players are actually really loud. We'll see. They are both muted, I think, anyway. Garitos is muted on Discord, and I think Azelis just muted herself on the on their headphone directly. I hope you guys are doing well, of course. Each time I'm not really paying a lot of attention to the chat, of course, because we are talking with of you or guests, so it makes sense, you know. But let's take the opportunity of this match to ask you if you're doing well. I hope you like the show. It was really long today, 4 hours, but it was so interesting. I mean, I was like, oh, it's so interesting and stuff. But I hope you guys survived to 4 hours of the talks. And yeah, I think it was really interesting. Azelis and Garitos had really nice insights. Oh shit, you played Terran. So as we see, Garrett on the stream, Garitos is only using one hand. He's in his mouse most of the time. For now, I never saw him go on his keyboard. We'll see if he does, but for now he's not. Okay, let's see what the build orders from Garitos playing Terran for this show match. He has a gas first into racks. Okay, not a lot to say about it. It's really standard, even if maybe sometime you will have racks before the gas. Oh my god, this is not standard though. We have second gas already from Garitos. Garitos, even with playing Terran, he is a cheesy player. And he's crossing the map with a CV saying, yeah, see, I'm doing a really standard build. But no, he's going to make a really fast factory, and I believe it's going to be a really aggressive build. What is he doing? Oh yeah, he has only one, and so he's not spending his minerals. It's a catastrophe. He's really late on everything he's doing, and that's because, of course, he has only one M. So Azylis forgot Garitos not playing Zerg, which is his main race, so it would have made sense. Watch him go, let game make. That would have been funny, to be honest. Okay, the factory has been proxied. Azylis is scooting, there is no second base. Should be able to understand this is not good thing. Chrono boosting her Stalker makes a lot of sense, given that there is probably a proxy 1 year later. Okay, Azylis didn't scoot the second base, so she does not know if it's a proxy, but she probably understands it's a too late second base to be a standard build order. Stalker just checked. Oh, that was so great from Azylis to check if there were no building in the main, because it's a really big main. But sadly, she scooted a bit too early. I hope she will go back to scoot, but why would she? I mean, it's not that standard to play this factory. Oh no, guys, there is the armory, which means that my bad. The mines will be clocked immediately, and even when they shot, this is a catastrophe again. By the way, Garitos waiting for the armory to be over. Now it is, and he's sending his Widowman directly into the mineral line of Azylis. This is a really nice split from Azylis. Really well done. But Garitos OMG with only one end playing so well. Oh, this is insane. And given that there is an armory, you can't kill this mine, which means you can't go back to mining. Well, technically, when you're top GM and stuff, you know that you can, well, you know how many time it is. You have a clock in your hand, and you are like, okay, I can mine for 15-20 seconds. But at diamond level, and even at masters level, and even at top masters level, this is definitely not something you can do. Okay, a first mine will go down, I think. Yes, this is good. And okay, the observers here, the mine will be killed. LadyAzylis will be able to mine again, which is good. 30 prop for Azylis, 23 SCVs for Garitos. Why is there a medvac here? Okay, that's I think that was a Garitos. So I'm not paying a lot of attention to a Garitos camera. I have it on my second screen, of course, and it's pretty hard to watch. But did Garitos use his keyboard yet or not? I'm really wondering. If you have the answers on the chat, feel free to tell me. At the same time, Garitos is making a Liberator. We'll try and get to siege one of his opponent's base, because I don't see what he would do with one Liberator at this time of the game if it was not to harass the mineral lines of LadyAzylis. By the way, let me control X, because ePunks is LadyAzylis is on the bottom. So let's put it on the bottom in the over there, of course. Good production there from Azylis, but also from Garitos, even if he had actually a late second base. So now he has 30 CVs. Okay, I'll drop with 3 Marines. What the fuck is this? What is Garitos doing with the 3? Actually making a lot of damage. I mean, it makes sense, no? You see only 3 Marines, you're like, Sure, it will not kill a lot of props, so I will not pull out my props. I would lose too much, but it's actually not the case. It's 3 props plus 5. I mean 4 with this Liberator, and that's a lot of props already. Some stalkers will be able to kill it. No blink on the stalkers. It was a robo build. Colossi are being made by LadyAzylis. Game is really close. In terms of economy, LadyAzylis is way behind. 4 SCVs lead for Garitos. He has his third base all the way. So it's a catastrophe for the Protoss player. But on the bright side, she has a really decent army. She has a Colossi incoming and probably the Colossi range really soon. I hope she will not forget it. But anyway, it's a strong army and Garitos, yeah, sure, going for economy. But first of all, macro is not perfect, not only because he has issues spending his minerals, that makes sense, he has only one end, but also because he's not mining enough gas. Look like for his build, oh, look at this, no gas, a lot of minerals. He should try to mine maybe a little bit more on this refinery, I think. Except if you, yeah, he's playing mech. I was not even watching to his base since 10 minutes. He's playing mech and he's not taking all his gas. This is a catastrophe. He has so big issues in terms of gas production. And he does, okay, at least in this factory he will be able to produce Alien, which will help him to spend his minerals. But I'm pretty sure, okay, now finally he mines on all his gases. Third base coming. OMG, Garitos playing Terran like Lil Khan in his teammate. It makes sense, right? He never played Terran in his life, now he's playing Terran, so yes. Okay, the Liberators here sieging for Garitos, so that way when he put F2, and I guess when you have only one end, it's good to be able to F2, it will not take the Liberator with it. Fourth base for Garitos. Okay, this is a mech player. Garitos is meant to be a Terran mech player, is he not? I think he is. He has his third orbital. Oh my god, it's the fifth base! What Beep is doing Garitos. OMG. And now? Oh my god, what happens here? Why was I not here? Wait, I left for a moment and there is a macro command center, it's a natural. Yeah! Oh, you're right, it's a macro command center, we want to produce army on it. Is he playing there? Yeah, he's always... I think it's just meant to play a super gritty Terran mech player, right? I mean, it makes sense to have this fourth base soon, earlier I mean, but if this one is not immediately started to, you know, it's too much bases, but I mean, he knows his opponent is really behind in terms of army and, well, in terms of economy and not that above in terms of army, so he knows he can get more red. You know, your red get more red, so he has a lot of bases. A prison just died, or is it me? Huh, that probably just me. Or it was either an observer or hallucination. My opsing is really bad today. I think I'm starting to be tired. I mean, it's 11 PM already. And you know what? Speak English for 4 hours when it's not at all, and you have probably noticed it, your main language. It's pretty hard. And pretty tiresome. Okay, now Garitos is about to put a Liberator here. Oh, 2 Liberators on the same base. This is an interesting choice from him. Oh my god, no, the Stalker's going to die. And so many probes, actually 4 mineral patches were focused by those Liberators. What a nice move from him. 5 more probes are going down, and now in terms of economy it's a catastrophe, even more for LadyAzylis. What does she have for her in this game? First of all, a 1 upgrade, so 1 upgrade lead, a decent economy. Does the Colossi have the range? No, I think she forgot to upgrade the range upgrade. This is sad because it's really an amazing upgrade. And I mean, especially against tank, because, well, Colossi is not the best against that much tank, let's be honest, but at least they could have shot a little bit. But now I'm really afraid at some point, if there is a fight, Azilis is just going to get destroyed by the tanks. What she would like to see would be the army being unsieged, crossing the maps, and Azilis just crossing the army there and killing it. But there is no observer in the middle of the map. She's not going to see it, and I'm really afraid that this army is just going to end the game. Now, remember that Garitos has only one end, so he's probably going to need a little bit more time to siege his tanks. You get used to it eventually. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's good practice also. I think I have improved since I joined the StarCraft 2 community 3 years ago. The problem is that when that happens, you don't know what language is speaking anymore. A lot of props dying on the Alien there, and the tanks killing. Oh my god, this base is completely left out of. There is no army there, and Azilis is going to lose his, her Nexus and so many probes. This is a catastrophe, of course. Azilis, can she really come back? As a caster, I should try to find a way to come back. Oh, actually, she has a decent army. She killed a lot. What she wants now, it's this army to unsiege, kill everything, counter-attack, and win on it. Oh, Tempest. That's actually a good defense against tanks. Oh my god, the army is unsieged! This is exactly what Azilis wanted! Let's go! Just run! Run, Zealots, runs! They have the charge zone, that means they are faster! Oh, what a micro there from Garitos. He saved 2 tanks. Let's continue, Azilis. A-click, just A-click for now. Kill those tanks. That would actually be good, but you'll have to come back home eventually. And now could be the time. A lot of Zealots died, but a lot of tanks too. This is a good trade for Azilis. Oh my god, Garitos never stopping being harassing. How can you harass so well, so much when you're off racing with only one end? This is not legal. I mean, even if I was playing with Azilis, both of us in Archon mode, we would not be able to do like 10% of what Garitos is doing. And that's our main races, it's not Garitos. It's insane. Now, Azilis is long distance mining? I don't... It's sad to see it, you know, those prob mining so few. Let's watch at the income graph, and it's interesting because the game is 14 minutes long. So what we see is from 5 minutes a game, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And we see that, sure, Garitos has a little lead. Oh my god, it was not little, it was 1k. I thought it was little because it's soon little. But look at this now, it's a 3k lead. Wait. How is it possible? Oh my god, Azilis mines so little now. How can she win this game? Well, unsieged army, that's the only thing I see. Also, she's not mining on his main anymore. That's annoying. I mean, those probes there could be sent to mine on the second base or in the main base. That would definitely increase a little bit the economy of Azilis. And while we have, oh my god, I was about to say, okay, now finally Garitos stopped harassing, I can talk about the map itself. But no, because Garitos never stops. Yeah, he's going to lose, I think one Liberator maybe. Yes, okay. So yeah, the map is actually a huge main. Third base there, the fourth base is difficult to defend, I think we might prefer this one. Then there is those rocks there, and a gold base, so when you take a gold base there, oh, you can also take it from the other side if you don't want the gas. I saw it happen in the past, I remember in some games, people destroying those debris to mine only the minerals. It's safer of course, and you don't even need a new base. You can use your fourth base slot and just mine the minerals there. Some games can be interesting. Okay, drops. Okay, so we have a player with one end, with Liberators everywhere, mine drops in the past, and now a Medivac alien drop And at the same time, I think this is a final straw. We have Garitos incoming with a so huge army. How many tanks does he have? Only 7 actually, but he has 7 Tours too, and Vikings can destroy everything but Stalkers, and Stalker will be destroyed by the swords, by the tanks. OMG, I don't wanna look at this fight. This is the final straw, and look at this. I think, yeah, Azylis is smiling, and she will be probably tapping out after GG in a couple of seconds, because there is no way she can win now. Oh, what a game. And honestly, what a game from Garitos. Congrats, players.
Whoa. At some point I was like, wait, didn't I have a third Nexus? I also messed up the sound settings a little bit, and I didn't hear an awful lot. So oftentimes I saw only things happening when they already happened. So I did absolutely not notice that you got my third Nexus. I was like, did I cancel that? No, it was time building, and oh, it was terrible. See, that's how bad I am now. And
So
I did absolutely not realize that proxy factory in my base. That
It's
was
a great teacher to that a French tricky player.
yeah, and actually you were really close, Azylis, to scoot it, you know, you with your Stalker at the beginning of the game, you scooted your own main, and the factory was actually coming at this time, and you left just before the factory came. You would have done this move with your
didn't see it.
Stalkers. 1
I
second
didn't
later,
see
you
it.
would have seen it. Yeah, it was really close.
I didn't see it. I was like, I mean, if the stalker was actually would have seen it, I probably would have noticed it at some point. But my minimap game in my own games is absolutely horrendous. When I'm casting, I'm constantly looking at the minimap to just get a general idea of what's happening. But in my own games, I don't
Yeah,
know. I
it's
never
very
look at the
hard.
minimap. It's really hard to just. I
Yeah,
have to actively remind myself. Sometimes it's fine. I didn't have an observer across the map because I saw both of my observers I sent over were killed by turrets. Usually that means some sort of weird stuff. So I thought getting a Stargate might be cool, because usually that means battle cruisers or some sort, some stuff like that. And but it was like, oh, so bad. You heresy. I had 22 probes on 3 bases. I was like,
Yeah, it was awful. And at the opposite side of the map, Garitos was taking bases as much as the Zerg. He started his 4th base at 8 minutes 30 or something like this on his main, and at the same time a 5th base on a slot. And Kuru was right on the chat. Were you doing a macro CC, like a macro hatchery?
all Terran do that when he have a lot of mineral. He transform the mineral on CC.
Yeah, honestly, what a game from you with only one end.
that was fun though. That was fun.
You see, Terran is easy. You don't need a keyboard to win.
Honestly, the multitasking with only one end was huge. Did you decide to play mech because you were playing with one end?
Yeah. Against Protoss, yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's
Because I think I can't steam and yeah, split. Yeah, I think it's too hard. I think.
it was
Yeah.
still cool, but I'm sorry. I didn't play to my abilities. I don't
Yeah,
think.
I mean, it's late also.
It was also such an amount of harassing. I was like, this guy's just playing with a fucking mouse and two hands, and I'm like, how is he doing this?
Yeah, it was. You're playing too fast, like almost like Clem, but with one hand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it was
was
the
everywhere.
one hand Clem.
Mind drops, liberators, Hellions.
Aliens, mines, everything.
And
He was
the
fucking
most
everywhere.
hard is to play without the shift. It's so hard to play without the shift.
Yeah, I bet. So I really, well done, man. Well done.
Thanks.
That was funny.
Garitos, did you use your keyboard at some point or not at all? I didn't really pay attention.
Yeah, I used only for one thing, for rapid fire the mule. because it's so hard to to spam the mule.
Oh yeah, right.
But yeah, it's very hard. I need to position the mouse, put the spell and rapid fire. It's a bit
Yeah.
yeah. And I use it only yeah at the end when I have 4 CC to mule.
And I actually forgot you play Terran because Walled. I would have, especially my first buildings, I would have placed completely different if I would have just remembered that you played Terran.
Yeah, the
When
one
I
of the
was
second
pissed, I'm
base
like,
was funny.
shit, he plays Terran, damn it. But I already put down the pile, and then I realized, no, he's not playing Zerg.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I have the same problem when I play off race pro player, and I don't know why I don't see it's off race
Yeah.
race, and oh fuck, it's not
Yeah.
in the main.
Yeah, you just see the name and you know immediately have the mindset. Oh, it's this race, this certain race, and then start playing, and then you're thinking like, no, that wasn't what I saw. That was not what we agreed on, and then you're like, ah, shit, damn it, should have done something else. But yeah, it was fun. It was really fun.
It
Nice.
was really fun. Garitos playing Lily Canyon. Playing mech when he's playing Terran. Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Lillian is rubbing off on everyone on us, so.
Okay, guys, well, it's time for our conclusion because we're going to stop this at some point. It was really great to have you. Maybe where can we find you on Twitter, on Twitch? Can you maybe give your Twitter and Twitch to our viewers?
Yeah. I will put this in the chat. I can put a link or not?
Yes, you can. Well, Nightbot will you can't, but I unmod Nightbot, so he will just talk alone. So if you want to send maybe on the chat, and yeah, if you have a last word you guys want to say before we stop, maybe future projects you have or anything you have in mind before we stop this Alpaca Talk Show episode 4.
If you want, I can start, Garitos.
Oh, nice. I just say thanks for the invitation, and it was a pleasure. And yeah, you can see me in Twitter. I hope in the DreamHack, it's the main event. And yeah, you can follow ePunks for all news about all player. And that's it.
Give me a second.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well,
/GG. That should be the well, without the
Nice try.
yeah,
almost.
nice try. Yeah, okay, but it still took it, so it's fine.
Okay, and Azylis,
My future projects. I will also be playing in the DreamHack qualifiers, but not for StarCraft 2. I will be playing for Minion Masters, and I will most likely not qualify. But that's I will still play anyways because I like the game and it's fun. And if you don't know what Minion Masters is, you can check it out on Steam. It's a auto battler card game hybrid, and also real time strategy hybrid. It's very fun. It's also really easy to pick up. It's free to play, and they also give you quite nice units to start with, so you actually can get somewhere. You don't have to grind all the great cards to actually do something. Have some faith, Azzy. Yeah, I wish. Like I said before, I could maybe make top 16, but maybe. But I could not. I cannot do top 8. I don't. And it wasn't even sure if they only want top 4 to qualify or if they want top 8 to qualify. So it might be a tough one. I might also be casting that a little bit, but I'm not sure about that yet. Other than that, I will probably stream a little bit more now again. But not StarCraft 2, other than just the last 2 Wednesdays of a month. Then that's the Queen Gambit. But other games like Skyrim, maybe Minion Masters actually, or Fallout 4, or like whichever game I feel like. And I play a lot of games: Hearthstone Battlegrounds, Might and Magic, Chess Royale. Yeah, other games, a lot.
Amazing. Well, good luck with the DreamHack, both of you. Thanks a lot for joining me, and I'm kind of sorry for you because well, it was so long. I hope it was okay for you, and you're not too tired, and you will not hate me too much for a so long show. Well, see you everyone. Next episode, I don't know when, probably next week, maybe the week after that. But thanks a lot for everyone who watched this. It was an amazing show. And yeah, see you soon. I'm just going to find someone to host and then I'll cut. Goodbye, everyone.